So Andrea, anything else before we kick off?
I'm just gonna enable the transcription, and you can hide the subtitles on your screen if they are distracting to you. So, but no, we can get started. Please go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you, Andrea. And I want to welcome everyone to the meeting, and a very warm welcome, especially warm welcome because we all got together, or most of us got together a couple of weeks ago, and I'm delighted that so many people have signed in for today. So this is a virtual BCDC Design Review Board meeting, and my name is Jacinta McCann. I am the chair of the BCDC's Design Review Board, and our first order of business is to call the roll. Board members, can you please unmute yourselves to respond and then mute yourselves again after responding? So Andrea, if you could please call the roll.
Sure. We will start with Chair McCann.
Present.
Vice Chair Strang.
Present.
And then we have board members, Battaglio.
Present.
Pellegrini.
Present.
Hall.
Present.
Leader. No, yes,
Here.
Leader here.
Here.
Wolfram's not here. Andrew Wolfram's not here yet, but he'll be here shortly. So we do have a quorum and we are ready to proceed.
Excellent. Thank you, Andrea. And we have a quorum. So let's get started. So thank you, everyone, especially the public, for taking the time to join us for our online meeting this evening. I want to share some instructions on how we can best participate in this meeting so that it runs as smoothly as possible. First, everyone, please make sure you have your microphones or phones muted to avoid background noise. For board members, if you have a webcam, please make sure that it's on so everyone can see you. And for members of the public, if you would like to speak during the public comment period that is part of an agenda item, you will need to do so in one of two ways. So the first way, if you are attending on the Zoom platform, please raise your virtual hand in Zoom. If you are new to Zoom and you joined our meeting using the Zoom application, click the hand in the bottom of your screen. The hand should turn blue when it's raised. The second way, if you're joining our meeting via phone, you must press *9 on your keypad to raise or lower your hand to make a comment, and *6 to mute or unmute your phone. We will call on individuals who have raised their hands in the order that they are raised during the public comment period for each project. After you are called on, you will be unmuted so that you can share your comments. Please state your name and affiliation at the beginning of your remarks. Remember, you have a limit of 3 minutes to speak on an item, and we will tell you when you have 1 minute remaining. Please keep your comments respectful and focused. We are here to listen to everyone who wishes to address us, but everyone has the responsibility to act in a civil manner. We will not tolerate hate speech, threats made directly or indirectly, and/or abusive language. We will mute anyone who fails to follow these guidelines or who exceeds the established time limits without permission. For public comments, please note that we will only hear your voices. Your video will not be enabled. If you would like to add your contact information to the interested parties to be notified of future meetings concerning these projects, please call or email Board Secretary Andrea Gaffney, whose contact information is on the screen or is found on the BCDC website. Finally, every now and then you'll hear me refer to the meeting host, Ashley, who is our BCDC staff member who is acting as host for the meeting behind the scenes to ensure that the technology moves the meeting forward smoothly and consistently. Please be patient with us if it's needed. And now the Board Secretary, Andrea Gaffney, will provide a staff update. Andrea, over to you.
Okay, great, thank you. So this will be a brief update. Sorry, I should have put these slides up earlier, I forgot. Let's see, there we go. So again, quick reminder, Form 700s are due on April 1st. Please check your junk mail if you haven't received the email and filled out the form. I was very surprised it only took me 15 minutes to do it. If you did it last year, and there's nothing significant changed, then it should be pretty fast. Second up, public access opened. This is an image of Alameda Point Waterfront Park Phase 1 at the Seaplane Lagoon. Went there with Ashley and another staff member a couple weekends ago, and it was already being heavily used by a really wide variety of people. There's nobody in this photo, but we were there for a couple hours, and there were birthday parties and skaters and cyclists and moms with kids learning to ride their bikes and people just promenading and looking at the really amazing views. You get some phenomenal panoramic views of San Francisco, and then you've got this amazing military ship, the USS Hornet, just over left out of camera view. So I encourage you to go visit. And there's also a ferry terminal that started service in, I think, 2020. That's just to the left out of frame as well. Okay, next is upcoming project reviews. We have full agendas every month scheduled through July. For the April meeting, we have 2 projects in Burlingame. One is the 410 Airport Boulevard Eco Park, which you've reviewed already. In May, we have another project in Burlingame and then one in Redwood Shores. 3 of these projects are redevelopments of existing office parks with existing public access. So they represent material amendments to the permits, which is why the board is reviewing them. Typically, they probably wouldn't rise to the occasion of that, but because they're a material amendment to the permit, it's requested that the board review them. We're going to format the staff reports slightly differently than typical to facilitate a more focused project review. So just so you know that next month's staff reports, April and May's staff reports will look a little different. Ashley Tomerlin will be running the May meeting because I will be out of town. So be aware of that too, please. And then I guess the last thing to note about this is that the similarity between the 3 projects across the 2 meetings, if it's possible for you to attend both meetings, that would be really useful. Okay, last update is hybrid meetings. We talked about this a little bit at our shortened meeting on March 7th, but I have some updates to give you since then. At the end of March, the governor's emergency order that allowed for remote meetings will expire, and we will return to standard meeting requirements under the Bagley-Keene Act. We did discuss this at the March 7th meeting, and I'll provide a brief overview and update since there are different board members attending tonight. Moving forward, we have 2 options in which to conduct future meetings. One option will be a hybrid meeting configuration. Hybrid meetings are meetings that feature at least one group of in-person face-to-face attendees connecting virtually with other meeting attendees. So that's one option. The other option is to resume face-to-face meetings with no virtual online meeting support. Board members will need to attend the meeting at our regular meeting location at Beale Street, since it's my understanding that none of you have an alternative public meeting location where you can host the public. This is what we discussed last time, is that if you're going to be attending the meeting virtually, you must be able to accommodate the public at that location. It has to be publicly noticed. And then you have to be able to invite the public in and make it accommodate public comment in that location. So I didn't hear anyone say that they were able to do that. So I then continued under the assumption that we would all be reconvening at 375 Beale Street. Meeting will be set up in a socially distanced configuration, and everyone will be required to wear masks. There's no vaccination verification, but the building security will be performing health screenings. There is an Assembly Bill 1733 is on the floor for discussion right now. It would amend the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. The bill would resolve some issues raised by commissioners regarding holding hybrid public meetings with both physical and remote participation by removing the requirement that a teleconference location used by a commissioner or a board member for remote participation be accessible to the public. The bill is an urgency act, so it would take effect immediately. I don't actually know when they're going to take action on it, but it is currently actively being discussed. So that would basically enable us to go back to having the meeting this way. Although I think I would probably still be required to be at 375 Beale Street for the face-to-face public meeting. So let me show you, I have a couple slides. We went in, I think it was 2 weeks ago, and did test runs on how a hybrid meeting would be set up. And we also figured out how to make it socially distanced. So this is the Yerba Buena room, and, assumed if all 7 board members showed up, you would each sit at your own table to have adequate spacing. And then the presenters and the staff would sit on the other side. And then the chairs for the public would be arranged behind and to the side. So this is another very fuzzy view. This image is a screenshot of the webcam that will be used in the room for the hybrid meeting. So we don't have access to the broadcast services in the room itself. So we would be using a webcam to broadcast the room. So the mics all pick up really well. So the audio is good. But instead of seeing you as individual Zoom boxes, we would all be seen as a single Zoom box. So that's in the event that we have hybrid meetings. So this is sort of the point at which I asked the question of, would you want a hybrid meeting with the virtual option still available? And what that means is basically I'll be in the room with you, board members will be in attendance, but everyone else can call in virtually over Zoom. So project proponents, members of the public, and then other permit staff, BCDC staff. So that's the hybrid meeting configuration. Otherwise, we just hold our old style, old school in-person public meetings. So I'd like to hear from you about those 2 options and which you'd prefer to move forward with, so that we can tell the public what to expect for the April, I think it's April 11th meeting. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen now so you can all see each other and talk.
Andrea, maybe I could just jump in. I just want to clarify something. So if we all say we'd like to be in person at Beale Street, let's say for the next meeting, then do you then advise the project proponents that they have a choice whether they want to join us or not in person, or do you say we're going to be meeting in person?
I'm leaving that up to you as the board and how you would like to conduct the meeting. I thought we could sort of discuss the pros and cons of each option. I think, if we're going to be in the room, then there's some benefit to having everyone else in the room with us. But I also recognize that it's actually somewhat challenging for everyone to be able to assemble in downtown San Francisco. And there may be other health concerns for people, why people would want to maintain a hybrid or a virtual connection.
Right.
So
Okay, well, thoughts from the board? Jump in. Andrew.
So I understand this. In the hybrid option, the public would be able to call in or be in person. Is that an accurate statement? They could choose.
Correct.
In any scenario, I guess the public could be in person if they wanted to be in person, or the proponents could be in person if they wanted to be in person. Because it does seem like one of the advantages of the hybrid option is, we're seeing a project in Burlingame. For some people who live in Burlingame, getting to San Francisco at 5 o'clock on a Monday night is not easy if they want to make public comment. And if that's their only option to make public comment, it's rush hour, they just may not be able to do it. So I think there's advantages for the public to be able to have this hybrid option. I would say that if this Senate bill, if this 1733 passes, there's actually the next hearing, it would be extremely difficult for me to attend in person just because of a conflict I have. So, but I could attend virtually. So if that bill does pass, I would love to be able to take the opportunity to be able to attend the hearing without having to come to Beale Street. But that's just a personal thing for that next meeting. But I do think for the public, it seems like giving them both options could increase public comment.
I want to, sorry, I just want to clarify. So the meeting is an opportunity for the public to comment live in front of the board, but because we post the staff reports and the exhibits and the meeting notice 10 days in advance, we also provide the opportunity for public comment to be received by telephone or email. So that's also another way for people to comment. So it's not like they just lose one option, but it's not completely eclipsing their opportunity to comment. And then if you have a public place where you can host the public, then you can certainly participate remotely. But I was under the assumption that that just was not an option for, if you want to open your office and your office is accessible and can accommodate public comment, then that is an appropriate location. So,
other comments? Tom.
So it sounds like board members, if the decision is to meet in 375, then we all need to be there, and there wouldn't be any remote locations because it's just so difficult to arrange. Which just for the sake of the discussion and the interchange, I think it's a big advantage to do it that way. But I feel like for the proponents and for the public, it would be better to maintain the possibility of hybrid, but to strongly recommend that for both public and proponents to attend in person, but not to force everybody to do it if they just have some reason, whether it's distance or compromised immune situation or whatever it might be. That's kind of my feeling about it.
Thanks, Tom. Gary, Gary, you're on mute.
Thank you for that. I was going to say, no doubt people's habits have changed. So I'm sort of in favor of a transition plan where, just like what I think a lot of businesses are doing is to maybe allow for some flexibility in the near term, but to set a date for a return to in-person meetings. And just to me, I think there's a simplicity to that and a directness. And I think the face-to-face interactions are different kind of meeting. So that's my opinion. I think there's still a little bit of ambiguity about whether this pandemic is over or not. It's surging in other countries at this moment. But I think it would be fair to say that, by September of next year, we're 100% in person. That would be my preference.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Okay, anyone else want to add anything? Or
I see Kristen has her hand up.
Kristen? Yeah, Kristen.
Yeah, I guess just building on that same theme of what is the world going to look like. I've actually never been in person on this board. I've always been virtual, and I haven't had the impression that we've been overrun by public comment, right? Even though it's so much easier for people to dial in, it's, you know, it seems like it's only been a few people ever on the ones I've been part of, and it seems a shame to take the convenience away when that is such an easier way for people to participate and to just facilitate that public engagement. Seems like you know, we're all going to be hybrid, I think, for a long time moving forward. And so it might start off a little shaky and we might have to figure it out. But I think the intention of keeping public meetings open to the public in a way that's really accessible to people is a good way to go.
Meaning indefinitely, Kristen?
Yeah, I mean, I don't, you know, I see this as being part of the future of public engagement, is allowing for virtual engagement. And I think I agree, us being in person is really helpful. Maybe. I remember going to the DRB before, and the conversation is really nice in person, but I think allowing the public to engage, you know, by virtual means is going to be part of every public agency moving forward.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so any other comments?
I just had one other comment, which I think is building on maybe something Tom said, but what about the project teams? I mean, sometimes these project teams are huge. And so to make them all come in, I mean, sometimes it's like just one, they might need one person to call in for a resource. And it's like, it's really great to have that one person who is, let's say, an engineer or something on the project, and they can just ask a question. So that I see that as a big advantage too, to be able to have greater resources available in this hybrid approach, that you could call on a team member, you know, maybe the key presenters are in person, but you'd be able to have the resources of somebody else being able to make some comment on a project or answer a question who's remote seems helpful.
Well,
As I understand it, we need to be in person or have these special accommodations, so I'm fine with being in person, we being the board. And I'm fine with the public having the option. You know, I think the state's I think this is evolving. We may all have the option at some point, but whatever needs to happen is, I'm fine with that.
okay, any other comments? I mean, Andrea, I would just sort of summarize. I think there's a clear preference to move ahead with the hybrid option for now, but a preference for the board by the board members. I think everyone is quite happy to get together in person. And look, I think we test run it and see how it goes. You know, the two risks that I could see out there might be some level of confusion, possibly, you know, and we want to keep things clear. So let's start with clarity around the hybrid option. And I think, you know, some excellent points made. I mean, life is different now. And before the pandemic, for big complex projects, we often did have 30 or 40 people in the room. We had plenty of people from the public coming in and giving comments. So, but if there's an easier path, or in large technical teams, an easier path to provide input if needed, I think that's good. So, you know, I think we get started on the hybrid basis. None of us can predict what the status of COVID, et cetera, will be in 9 months or even 6 months. So, you know, let's move ahead on that basis, and we'll see, or at least recommend to you, Andrea, that we go ahead on that basis.
So
And look,
would that be,
sorry, Gary, I was just going to say, but if there are technical issues that start to develop, I think we should review that. You know, if it gets complicated and sort of weird, you know, we should review that.
Okay. Bob, do you still have your hand up?
Yeah, it's something just occurred to me. I was wondering if I could appear with my Meta avatar.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. I just thought it was funny. Sorry. That was a joke. No one's laughing because it's an engineering joke, but I thought it was funny. Okay.
Gary?
Can we say that we'll revisit this at some point, or is this it forever? Or it sounds like you're saying, let's move forward on this basis, but shall we just say that, I don't know, once a quarter or something like that, we will have this conversation?
You know, Gary, I would even suggest let's test run it for the next meeting and see how it goes. And, you know, we should be reviewing it. I mean, we could say every quarter, but it might be more frequently if needed. You know, we should just see how it goes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will do that. That's the end of my update. So I think we're ready to move on to project reviews.
Excellent. And if anyone was wondering why we aren't reviewing minutes tonight, it's because we actually reviewed those in 2 weeks ago. So this means we can move on to the project reviews. And the first review is going to be the second review of the Middle Harbour Shoreline Park Master Plan update in Oakland. And I think you all would recall, we reviewed it for the first review was on July 12th, 2021. So, you know, we're about 9 months on. And just to remind you of the project review order, we'll have a staff introduction followed by the project proponent presentation, then board clarifying questions, then public comment, then board discussion and a summary, and then a project proponent response, a brief one to wrap it up. And so with that, BCDC staff Skylar Olson will introduce the project. So over to you, Skylar.
Thank you, Chair McCann. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so good evening, Chair McCann and Design Review Board members. My name is Skylar Olson, and I'm a senior environmental scientist at BCDC. As Chair McCann stated, this will be the board's second pre-application review of the Middle Harbour Shoreline Park Master Plan and Management Plan update proposed by the Port of Oakland, with the initial DRB review occurring in July of 2021. So I will start with a brief introduction to the project before the applicants present the project in greater detail. And because some of the board members in attendance tonight were not present during the first review, I will start the introduction with some of the similar information from my first presentation last year. To orient you, Middle Harbour Shoreline Park is located within a highly industrialized area at the Port of Oakland. And it's important to note that since the first presentation of the DRB in July 2021, the project has added new proposed updates at the neighboring Portview Park, as I will explain shortly. And before I introduce the project further, I'd also like to acknowledge that the majority of the land at the site was once underwater, located on or near Hu Chen, the unceded ancestral homeland of the Muwekma Aulan people. So we offer gratitude to the indigenous people who were the original stewards of the bountiful natural resources of the Bay Area. This slide, borrowed from the port's presentation that you'll see shortly, shows the current layout of the project site. The current Middle Harbour Shoreline Park Master Plan, which the port plans to update, covers the 38-acre Middle Harbour Shoreline Park, shown here, and the 2-acre Portview Park connection, shown here. The 6-acre Portview Park to the west is not incorporated into the current master plan, but since the last DRB meeting, the port has proposed new improvements to this neighboring park to complement those at Middle Harbour Shoreline Park. As you can see, the parks are entirely encompassed by port facilities along their inland borders, and along the bayward edges, the parks encircle the Middle Harbour Enhancement Area shown here, and an approximately 189-acre shallow subtidal habitat restoration area that provides valuable wildlife habitat and viewing opportunities for park visitors. To the south is the mouth of the Oakland Alameda Estuary. And in their presentation, the port will briefly touch on access to the parks that you see on the right here and the bikeway improvements, but this will largely be the subject of a future DRB meeting in the summer of 2022. And to help you understand the project context, I'll show you a bit about the site's recent history. So during the Spanish colonization period, the site was part of El Rancho de San Antonio, a large Spanish land grant to Don Luis Maria Peralta. And in 1874, a deep water port was created at the site. And then during World War II, the Middle Harbor Shoreline Park portion of the site became controlled and used by the US Navy as part of the 153-acre fiscal area, the Fleet Industrial Supply Center, Oakland. In 1998, the port acquired the fiscal area from the Navy and planned the Vision 2000 program to redevelop the area and modernize and expand the port's maritime facilities. The Port View Park shown here was actually constructed by the port in 1971 outside the bounds of the fiscal area in conjunction with the port's 7th Street terminal complex. The park closed following damage from the Loma Prieta earthquake, but in 1995, the port reopened the park and expanded it from approximately 2.5 to 6 acres pursuant to the requirements of a separate permit number 1999.012, which authorized the container terminal project at berth 30. This slide shows a recent satellite image of the site, illustrating a significant reconfiguration of the shoreline. So Middle Harbor Shoreline Park was constructed in 2004 as part of the Vision 2000 program, which included deepening navigation channels and berths and building a new container terminal. The park was partially constructed on new fill as the public access requirement of the port's maritime expansion project. And dredged sediments from the deepening projects were also used in part to create the park's beach and the neighboring Middle Harbor habitat enhancement area. As part of Vision 2000, the port conducted an extensive 2-year community outreach process in developing the initial park master plan. As shown in this image from the BCDC's Community Vulnerability Mapping Tool, the closest communities to the parks in West Oakland have higher levels of social vulnerability and contamination risk. These communities have historically been subject to significant health and environmental impacts from port activities, but the parks have become a valuable resource for these communities. The Vision 2000 Park Master Plan called for a variety of programs and uses for Middle Harbor Shoreline Park. The port will present more information on the current status of the park, the amenities and the benefits it provides, and the proposed updates to the master plan. The rest of my presentation will focus on the current problems with the park that led to the master plan update. This image shows Middle Harbor Shoreline Park when it was first built in 2004. I've rotated the image 90 degrees to match the orientation of the port's figures in their presentation. The park initially opened under a management agreement with the East Bay Regional Park District. And at the time of opening, the beach area was a large portion of the park promenade area, as you can see here. In 2006, additional lawn and dunes were added to the beach area, as you can see here. And this is important context for when we discuss proposed changes to the upland beach area later this evening. The port terminated the management contract with East Bay Regional Parks District due to cost concerns in 2009, which had implications for park maintenance, as I will address shortly. Now I'd like to discuss the challenges that the Middle Harbor Shoreline Park is facing to provide context for why the port is updating the master and management plans. One of the most significant issues has been maintenance or inadequate maintenance. So Port and BCDC staff have been working together for several years to address maintenance issues at Middle Harbor Shoreline Park, and the port has made some significant progress. The master plan update is a key component to resolving some of the larger remaining issues. The first major issue of maintenance is with the lawns. This image shows the lawns in spring of 2020 when they were green due to rains, but the grasses die back in summer when the park use is high, and this is due to inadequate irrigation as well as the sandy substrate at much of the site, which does not retain water. As a quick side note, I'll point out that the lawn at Port View Park, shown on the top center of the screen, remains green during summer, and these parks are managed under different management schemes. This image shows a close-up of just how much of Middle Harbor Shoreline Park lawns die back during summer. In addition to the lawn, many other amenities at Middle Harbor Shoreline Park are in poor condition. Many of the trails are deteriorated, as shown in this image, so the port recently added new paving to certain trails. These images show the observation tower on the Union Pacific Mall, which provides sweeping panoramic views of the park, the port, the estuary, San Francisco, and other areas. The elevator at the tower, the elevator at the tower has been out of order for more than 15 years, making the upper level inaccessible to those unable to climb the stairs. Another issue is that the beach does not currently provide a safe environment for swimming or wading due to deep soft mud at the site. The subtitle aspect of the beach is being addressed through a separate process by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the port as part of the Middle Harbor Enhancement Area project, but the port will describe proposed updates to the beach area in their presentation shortly, and that's a significant change from the last presentation. Another concern is the port does not have a BCDC authorized process for handling larger special events. So in the past, from approximately 2005 to 2019, the port held numerous large events at the park that resulted in significant or complete closures of the park to the public, though the port is not currently holding large events at the park. Most of these events are music festivals for which people had to purchase tickets for entry, and most were not authorized by BCDC, which is a permit requirement, given that the events were impacting public access. This image shows a large special event that occurred in 2018. And these images show some of the impacts of the park on the park from large events, including cars parked on the lawn and damage to park infrastructure. And these impacts are not unusual with large events, but were not considered in the original master plan. Furthermore, several of the originally envisioned amenities were not built. They were envisioned for the master plan, so an interpretive center, an educational building, a community conference center, a research field station, boat docking facilities at the UP Mole Notch, and other amenities. The port has proposed replacements for some of these amenities, including the planned education buildings, but not for others, and you'll hear more about this during the port's presentation. So in 2019, BCDC enforcement staff and port staff began negotiations to resolve the many challenges at Middle Harbor Shoreline Park, many of which are violations of the BCDC permit. And pursuant to the negotiations between BCDC and the port, in 2021, the port initiated a public process to update the master and management plans to resolve the outstanding issues and redesign portions of the park to modernize it and better meet the needs of our park users and reduce maintenance costs. And finally, I'd like to briefly touch on the current status of Port View Park, which was not discussed in depth during the previous DRB meeting. So this park was largely built to the requirements of the permit and includes a range of required public access amenities, including benches, a fishing pier, a historic railroad building with a second floor observation area, a play area, public parking, restroom, and related amenities. Similar to Middle Harbor Shoreline Park, there exist several permit compliance issues at the site, including missing required public access amenities, unauthorized restrictions on hours of operation of the public access area, and general maintenance issues. And the port also has been working with BCDC staff to address these existing compliance issues since approximately 2021. And the port is proposing new features at Port View Park to enhance public access at the site and to complement those at Middle Harbor Shoreline Park, as the port will describe in their presentation. Just as a reminder, this slide shows a summary of the conceptual site plan that the port presented to the DRB in July of 2021. And it's been obviously changed since then. And the port has made many updates to the plan pursuant to feedback from the DRB and also from their community outreach events. And as you conduct your review tonight, please keep in mind that the public access design guidelines, which emphasize usable and welcoming public space, visual access, connectivity along the bay shoreline, and compatibility with wildlife and adjacent port uses. In addition, the staff report shared with you on February 24th provided several other questions that staff would like the board's advice on, which are summarized on this screen. The topics relate, and some of these are similar to the last meeting, but some of them are new. So the topics relate to the port's proposed division of improvements between baseline, level 1, and level 2, as they will describe in their presentation. The transition between the lawn and the beach area, and planting and landscape changes, holding special events at the park, and sea level rise resilience and adaptation. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have on the site context, and the project proponents will then present on the proposed master plan updates.
Okay, thank you, Skylar. That was an excellent overview and really helpful. Gary, you've got your hand up. Have you got a clarifying question?
Yeah, thank you, Skylar. I was just curious, can you describe a little bit the structures that are shown on the cover image of the exhibits, a very long and, the sawtooth steel structure and the poles that kind of continue out from that structure, the original idea and use concept behind those?
I'm sorry, I'm not exactly certain which image are you referring to. Is it the first image on my presentation, or?
Not your presentation, but it was in the exhibits that were distributed to the board. So I think it's probably the proponents' presentation.
Are you talking about the shade pavilion over the picnic area?
Yeah, the sawtooth structure.
Yeah, so I believe that it's sort of a historic remnant of the warehouses that were existing on site, but the project proponents can give you a better.
Yeah,
Okay,
Gary,
yeah.
we can come back to that after the
Okay,
proponent presentation. Any other clarifying questions? Look, I have one, Skylar. You showed two really good images of the original large beach, and then I think 2006 it was reduced with the sort of back dune areas created. Do you know why that change happened?
Yes, I believe, and the board can probably speak to this better, but I believe that there was an issue with sand and wind on the beach. I don't remember the exact details. Maybe Jan, I think you know the answer. Do you want to?
Well, and look, we can come back to that with the proponents as well, Skylar. No problem on that. I just wanted to understand why that original beach changed. So we'll come back to that later on. Okay, any other questions for Skylar before we move on? Okay, thanks, Skylar. Very, very helpful. Okay, so now I think we will move to the proponent presentation. So who is taking the lead on that?
Hi, that would be me, Jan Novak.
Hi, Jan. Great. Thank you, Jan.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you, Skylar, for the introduction, BCDC for hosting this meeting. And thank you to the entire DRB team for the excellent feedback we received last July. Let me share my slides. All right. Can everybody see that? Can everybody see the slide?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
We can.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to start with the timeline, how we got here. So January of 2021, we started the process of the master plan update. So this was a data collection period. And in terms of community engagement, it included stakeholder meetings. So we held a total of 6 stakeholder meetings that included 3 with the general public, 2 with the maritime community, and 1 with port staff who are intimately familiar with the park. From April to June, we worked on our first conceptual designs. We had review from BCDC staff, East Bay Regional Park District, and we also created an online microsite and sent out a survey to the community for feedback. Then last July, we had our first DRB meeting, and following that feedback, we have further refined our designs. In addition, we held a community forum in November, a public meeting also on Zoom, and with all that information, and then we've had several follow-up meetings with other entities, for instance, the educational program executive director, follow-up meeting with East Bay Regional Park District. With that feedback, we have come up with these new conceptual designs. So Skylar did a great job of showing the overall setting. Again, we have Middle Harbor Shoreline Park at 38 acres and Portview Park at 6 acres, nestled within the highly industrial maritime facilities. Skylar also showed this image, and the key point here is that we're currently working on improving our non-vehicular access to the park along 7th Street. And we will be presenting the results of this to the DRB. The goal is to do that presentation this summer. Throughout the process, the goals for the master plan update, however, has stayed the same. So the key elements that we want to work on with the park are giving the public an opportunity to connect with nature, creating an environment where people can nurture their physical well-being, a place for socializing and gathering, having a strong educational program, and a place to share the rich cultural heritage of the port and the general area with the public. Skylar showed a slide earlier where we had several items listed as potential improvements. We have since added more improvements to that project. You will note that we have one project listed as a separate project. That's the expanded beach area, which I'll get into more detail on later. And then we have also tiered all of these items into different levels. So the first tier is the baseline improvements. So one of the key takeaways that we had from the DRB last time around was that we really need to work on improving the baseline at the park. So before we try to improve anything at the park, we really have to make sure that the features that are already present are functioning well. So for instance, Skylar mentioned the modular elevator. We have a design now for a potential replacement for the modular elevator. We want to make sure the pathways throughout the park are all functioning and ADA compliant. Our educational program is one of the key parts of the park that is functioning well, and so we want to make sure that that continues to grow and work successfully. And then the lawns as well. So new landscaping is necessary throughout the park environment. Then we further divided items into level 1 and level 2 improvements. So level 1 improvements are items that would generally improve the general park environment for the current existing user groups. So for instance, here you have bicycle racks for cyclists, improved Wi-Fi throughout the park area, additional site furnishings in different areas. So there's more seating along in different areas, and also a discovery play area. So to work on the oval area, have a playground there to make the area more inviting for family usage. Then beyond that, we were looking at very big picture items, conceptual items that would require additional partnership, a little more pie in the sky, but ways that we could activate the park to bring in new users. Two of the key features that I'm really excited about here are the kayak launch, which Linda Gates will go into shortly, and then also Dogbone Park, which is a way to utilize part of the park that is the least nature intensive for the dog owning community. So to bring dog owners into the park is something that the community has talked to us about on a very regular basis. Skylar also mentioned our sister project, the Middle Harbor Enhancement Area project. As some of you may or may not know, the Middle Harbor itself was a -40-foot deep, so dredged down to -40 feet naval harbor. And this was filled with 5.5 million cubic yards of clean dredge material to create valuable subtidal habitat. This restoration project, for the most part, has been very successful, yet some of the ancillary features have not met performance standards. Among them is the beach area. So the area below the subtidal, subtidal area of the beach, as Skylar mentioned, is currently considered too muddy to walk on. We've come up with two potential designs through a year-long design charrette process that have gotten approval from both our Middle Harbor Enhancement Area Technical Advisory Committee, from the design charrette team, from BCDC staff, and also from the general public. The design on the left, alternative 4, noted as alternative 4 here, is the one that would allow the furthest, the public to walk furthest into the Middle Harbor area. It's also the one that, through our preliminary modeling, is the most resilient in terms of sea level rise. The one on the right, alternative 2, would use approximately the same amount of coarse sand material as the other alternative, however, would distribute it further to the south. So distribute it along a larger area, but it would not be as thick of a cover. Lastly, here's a slide from last time. This is our 2019 sea level rise analysis. This does not take any of our park improvements into account, but it shows that the park itself does provide good resilience to the actual maritime areas, and in itself is very resilient through about 2050. And with that, I'd like to hand over the presentation to Linda Gates.
Okay, thank you. And it's good to see you all again. And since your last meeting with all your thoughtful inputs, we've made a number of changes. So July to March, here we have. As Jan mentioned, one of the things we've decided to do is integrate Portview Park into the planning process. It will remain a separate project, but the contiguous nature lends itself to a more comprehensive planning approach. We've also illustrated how the beach, would be configured under the enhancement project, so we have a greater understanding of the context. Last time we met, you provided some input on the notch, and there was a great deal of discussion about it, but the conclusion was that maybe it's better to leave the notch as it is and really focus our money on other areas. We really took that understanding to heart, and we have refined sort of the design of the landscape berm area along the beach and the further evolved and refined the educational hub. We've also responded to a number of community requests to look at kayaking and dog access. So these are kind of things I'm going to walk you through. Next slide. So another comment was really to chat a little bit about how the organizing structure of the park. So one of our primary goals is to enhance the overall visitor experience. We continue to embrace the design philosophy of transitioning from a more natural area to a more cultural, people-oriented area at Point Arnold. So from the mole to Point Arnold. The site program and furnishings, such as lighting, will align with this approach. We've been intentional about planning each outdoor room to respond to the specific programmatic needs of that space. And we've looked at enhancing the organizing framework with an arrival from the parking lot that focuses the visitor on the key feature, the beach, where people get to touch the water. The central aspect intersects the hierarchical system of pathways that link the various spaces, guiding the visitor through a range of recreational experiences. Next slide. To make this special resource even better, we've built upon and enhanced the existing user experience. So you see the existing uses are shown in black and white. And we've added to these areas wind protection, wayfinding improvements, paving and seating improvements. We've also added recreational opportunities such as children play areas, surfacing for rollerblading, a kayak launch, dog access areas, etc., to attract more visitors, as well as encourage the visitors that come to linger longer. So I'd like to sort of share these improvements in greater details. And so I'd like to walk around the park, basically starting at Portview Park, and we'll continue around the perimeter of harbor. So Jan, next slide. So Portview Park, as we've discussed, has numerous existing assets, a small play area, picnic tables, a fishing pier to the north, the fish cleaning stations, a parking area, and 2 buildings. One of these buildings uses the Maritime. The building to the right is the Maritime Center for Port Longshoremen. The other building, labeled as Room with a View, is the historic train tower that was mentioned before, which was refurbished and relocated to the site when Portview Park was constructed. This 2-story train tower has a large viewing map room upstairs, and downstairs a space with the infrastructure for a cafe or snack bar. We're proposing to repurpose this building to support the educational programs. I'll discuss a little bit about more later. As you also know, there's a strong desire from the community to provide access to the water for recreation sports such as kayaking and stand-up paddleboard. During on-site meetings with the Bay Area Sea Kayakers, we reviewed the opportunities to develop a kayak launch at various locations in Middle Harbor Shoreline Park. They actually felt that Portview Park site meets most of their ideal criteria: water depth, ease of parking and turnaround, a laydown area. So consequently, we sort of looked at creating a kayak launch in that area. Next slide. So this is the concept of this recommendation to create a kayak launch off that existing pier at Portview Park. This would meet not only water sport enthusiast needs, but also provide great theater, I think, for visitors strolling along the connector. You see in this image a person with a dog on a leash, which brings me to our next recommendation. Next slide. Numerous community members expressed interest in bringing their dogs to the park, but that is seen as a potential conflict with the bird habitat areas at the mole and the mudflats. So consequently, the master plan is recommending we repurpose the underutilized connector path, continuing out to the fishing pier all the way as an on-leash dog area, and then develop a small off-leash dog park adjacent the train station at Portview Park. Next slide. This would also be supplemented by a larger off-leash dog park area that would be developed in this underutilized half-acre rectangular area near Point Arnold. Visitors could access this dog bone park from either the parking lot at Portview Park or Point Arnold. Next slide. So we're hoping to use thematic wayfinding signage to intercept dog walkers at the parking area near Point Arnold. As you can see in this concept with sort of showing the seating area at the large dog off-leash park area. And then the connector continues on to the small dog park and then on beyond to the fishing pier for on-leash dog park uses. Next slide. Well, now we're going to continue around to get to Point Arnold. We're coming down, we've done Portview, now the connector, now we're at Point Arnold. And this is an important remnant of the site's maritime history. The wharf is the center of fleet activity during World War II. And the ghost structure, which you mentioned, the shade structure, is part of the major warehouse that was on the site. And we worked with the Historical Society on it, so you can see a little bit the warehouse footprint. So walls and stuff do the whole warehouse footprint, reaching way out into the parking lot to give you a sense of the scale of these structures. And then the structure itself is following the pattern of the roofing and the height and the size to match that structure. So there's some signage and stuff that talks about that ghost structure there. So this is a great feature, but the paving surfaces at the wharf are uneven and the area is really underutilized by visitors. The master plan is proposing to renovate the wharf and resurface the decking to create more usable surface. The existing water steps, now that the beach is expanded, will step down to the beach. So we think this area will be much more activated by this sort of relationship to the beach as well. Next slide. So this shows you how you have, starting at the bottom, so there's the wharf, and then we bermed the oval area. So this is wind protected enclosed area, protected by wind on one side and the warehouse structure on the other. Then it comes out of the oval, terraces across this habitat area, then the water terraces expand down to the beach. So that gives you a sense of how these grades work with each other. Next slide. So we're looking at the repaired and resurfaced wharf area we can have designated spaces for rollerblading stuff. We'd maintain the historic elements like the rail lines that come down the wharf and such, and many of the other kind of keys and wharf elements there, and add some additional seating. So it gets more activated. Next slide. This is the ghost structure you see. So we're sitting in the ghost structure looking back into the oval space, and that provides sort of a wind protected shelter area for parents, for gatherings, for the outdoor classrooms come down into the space sometime, and also events that happen in the oval use this sort of covered windbreak structure. Next slide. We heard from many user groups that the park lacked amenities for kids. With the pandemic here, there's been an increasing need to provide areas where children can roam and play safely. The enclosed oval lawn adjacent to the ghost structure is an ideally contained space where children can learn to ride their bikes and skate away from any kind of cars. We've also added sort of a nature-oriented play area in one portion of the oval, so it really becomes sort of a comfortable family environment. Next slide. So then as we continued westward, we talked about the beach, and now we come to the beach, first beach basically in Oakland, and this is West Oakland's beach. It's a higher priority for the park to provide a place for visitors to touch the water. The axial connection you see coming down, providing beach access from the parking lot there. And then the existing landscape berms, we're proposing to enhance and expand them, and because they provide valuable protection from wind and blowing sand in the rest of the park in the upland areas. We're proposing to add a network of meandering boardwalks with sort of penetrations through the berm area with little seating areas out there that relate to the beach, so that it's much more connected to the balance of the park while you still maintain this kind of interesting landscape berm area. Next slide. So here's an example of how we see this working. So, I can kind of sit in this wind protected area and, look out at my kids playing in the sand, but still be somewhat tucked in if I want to do that. So there'd be some series of those. Next slide. And this slide shows you the ADA compliant access to the beach, that axial one. And you can see the steps terracing down from Point Arnold in the background. And then in the area in between the steps and the access path, we're proposing to create a demonstration dune education area. As you recall, at our last meeting, it was suggested that we develop the landscape berm area as a more natural dune system. After studying this concept, we recognize that as dunes would not naturally occur in this location, to develop a dune ecosystem would require more extensive management and long-term maintenance, and maybe potentially even reduce access to the beach because we had dune habitat that we were establishing. So we decided to keep the landscaping berms and maybe just have a demonstration dune area here. Next slide. As we previously discussed, the Port successfully operates outdoor education programs with the Oakland Unified School District, accommodating approximately 2,000 students a year. We had the opportunity to meet with the operators of these programs to discuss how we might make enhancements to make their programs better. Next slide. So the basic structure of the outdoor program is arrival by bus, gather for group discussion, break out into smaller groups, disperse throughout the site into small breakout groups, and then finally regroup at the end and debrief. We accommodate this structure by creating sort of the educational hub for the group gathering, and then the educational precinct where smaller groups would break out. The operators also identified a need to provide an area for meeting during inclement weather. And as previously discussed, we're proposing to repurpose the Port View train tower room with a view for this purpose. So you can see in the slide over, that's the train tower, and this is the room upstairs. It's really underutilized and makes a perfect sort of space for staff and outdoor classroom. And as I said below, there's the infrastructure for cafe space and stuff like that. Next slide. So this enlargement shows how the educational precinct includes multiple learning environments. It's the beach area, the coves, the landscape berms, the repurposed amphitheater upland. The amphitheater never really performed as we expected. So we're repurposing that walls in the amphitheater to provide seating for the small group breakout areas, an exploratory sort of walkway through the upland plantings, sort of more of an adventure area. Next slide. And then when we focus down on the education hub, you can see the group gathering space there is defined by the 2 red containers and a windbreak wall. This area is planned to accommodate about 60 to 80 students. The containers would be utilized by the staff to house displays and tools for outdoor programs. You can see how there's been a direct connection created between this group gathering area through the amphitheater to the lawn and the beach beyond, with areas for the small group areas to sort of fan out depending on what they're teaching about at that time. This area is also close to the existing restrooms and the existing bus parking area and such. So this is kind of why we've made this the gathering hub. Next slide. So this area is sort of a cross section showing how from the top, you know, there's the vehicular circulation that leads out to the mole, and then you come to sort of the outdoor classroom hub space, terracing down to the repurposed amphitheater, continuing across the lawn. We're holding a lawn area in this area for the kind of energy runoff, so to speak, and also to support some of the events. You go through the landscape bermed area and you finally get to the beach. So you have this variety of different kinds of environments that you move through. Next slide. So this is a view of the educational hub. If I was coming back sort of from the restroom and looking at it, so you see how we have the containers. There would be some kind of windbreak system that would allow them to still have the classes. And then we're looking at this vertical container to sort of really invite visitors to this area. So we would like to have a lot of outdoor displays in this area. So when it's not being used in a classroom, you also have visitors using it. You could put banners on this to advertise events that are coming, to really kind of welcome people to this educational hub space. Next slides. So this is an image of the path through the repurposed mole area. So you see how there's places to sort of play, take advantage of self-guided learning opportunities, you know, not a lawn area, but really diverse kind of upland plant areas that are kind of a little bit more natural, less manicured. That's sort of part of our whole look at this. Next slide. So let's continue our journey down the promenade to the mole. This promenade, as well as the connector path, both parallel the water's edge, allowing even the casual visitor opportunities to enjoy views of the water and the birds. In addition to improving the paving along the promenade, we're proposing to add some group seating areas that can be used as informal outdoor classrooms or for family gatherings. We're also proposing to add additional education markers or stations throughout the park, as we see here, that would be overlooking the cove area, a little identifying element. Next slide. So we've talked about the Edge of the Haze and the precinct, but we really envision the whole park as sort of a learning opportunity for all visitors, a place where they can learn about nature, port operations, and the rich site history. We're proposing to both refurbish the existing signage system, shown here in black and white, and enhance that system to take advantage of this amazing resource. This diagram illustrates some of the potential themes, like longshoreman history, sea level rise, maritime operations, mudflat habitat. I mean, there's a lot of stories that can be told here. Next slide. So finally, we arrive at the mole. Like Point Arnold, the mole contains significant historic remnants of the original cultural landscape of the site. It was the terminus of the Transcontinental Railroad, and the central path that's bisecting the site still has those rail lines going down it. At the end of the mall, you will find remnants of the docking area for the ferries going to San Francisco. As I mentioned before, we're keeping the notch as it is, but in the area adjacent to the container yard, we're going to refurbish the outdoor plaza areas. This is an area where visitors can watch ships being loaded and unloaded. So we're proposing to add additional planting, improve the paving, enhance the existing furnishings throughout the mole, as well as to add some bird watching areas. Next slide. So one of the most significant improvements in the mole will be the addition of the modular elevator at the Chappelle Hayes Observation Tower. The platform of the top of the tower provides breathtaking views of not only San Francisco, but the West Oakland Hills. The port has struggled for years to find a way to repair the existing elevator. And after extensive study, the best solution appears to be a self-contained module unit placed adjacent the tower. So you can see sort of an example of one below. In the original master plan, it was felt we needed a landmark structure to anchor the end of the promenade and encourage visitors to explore the mole area. In designing the structure, the architects used national park references reminiscent of styles like Maybeck, Julian Morgan, to create the Chappelle Hayes Observation Tower. As you may recall, Mr. Hayes was one of the first pioneers of environmental justice in the Oakland area. The elevator module complements the original architecture character of this existing structure while satisfying ADA needs. It will have windows looking out towards the port operations, adding an additional experience as visitors ascend to the top. Next slide. Special events is an important topic for the port because they can help activate the park and introduce new users to this amazing resource. However, we want to make sure that these events do not preclude casual visitors from accessing the park resources during those events. Consequently, we're proposing to limit events to small and medium-sized ones that accommodate up to 4,000 people. These events would be held in the oval area and in the lawn area along the promenade. The port is currently exploring opportunities to partner with local Bay Area festival vendors. The port understands before they proceed with any events at the park, it will discuss with BCDC any permit requirements. Our goal in designing these spaces is to provide event spaces that are adaptable and could be accommodate a variety of different events. To further activate the park, the port is also exploring opportunities to partner with concessionaires such as food trucks or pop-up cafe vendors to provide these amenities as visitorship makes it economically viable. Next slide. At our last meeting, we also discussed how the park frontage condition needed a little bit of help. So in addition to enhancing the landscape treatment along this frontage, we are proposing to add a thematic wayfinding feature to highlight the pedestrian bicycle entry along 7th Street. We are studying a hierarchical system of thematic wayfinding elements which reference the Chappelle Hayes Observation Tower character. Here at the entry, we're proposing to use a portal to highlight the entry. Smaller monoliths or stations would be used throughout the park for wayfinding. Next slide. As you saw in the early slides, the aging walkway system was identified as one of the primary issues with the existing site. We are proposing to repair, replace, and add paths with durable, low-maintenance materials that will enhance access and unify the park system from the fishing pier to the northern tip of the mole. Next slide. Our original approach 20 years ago emphasized the extensive use of lawn, which was very unsuccessful, particularly 20 years later. So as discussed last time, we needed to rethink this planting concept and use a palette more adapted to the site's soils, weather conditions, and practical maintenance considerations. We also need to anticipate the continuing impacts of climate change and drought. Based on BCD's recommendation, we took soil samples from 8 locations across the park. At all of these locations, we found site soil to be of sand structure with low fertility and lacking in organic matter. The pH varied from 5.8 slightly acidic soil at the mole to more neutral, slightly alkaline soil in the oval area. The salinity and SAR were well balanced in all the samples, however. In the areas where we wish to establish lawn, we'll need to amend the soils with composted greenways. Good thing we have this composting program going on. We're going to have a good place to get rid of all this new compost we're generating. In the lawn or areas, as well as any planting pits, the soil lab recommended adding some initial nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium. However, the key to planting these areas will be selecting plant materials well adapted to sandy soil marine environment. Next slide. So fortunately, we can look at some of the types of trees and shrubs that have performed well at the site already. And we are rethinking our planting concept, as I mentioned before, to utilize a more informal, kind of even spotty, natural clustering of trees and grasses that will require less maintenance and be much more natural in character. Next slide. And as was suggested, which I thought was a great suggestion, we're also looking at some of the grass and shrubs that perform well in marine environments along the coastal areas in Southern California, so the Brackus, the salvias, the grasses. Anticipating climate change will require plant materials even more adaptable to drought conditions. Final slide. I'm looking forward to all your input since it was so valuable last time. Thank you.
Okay, Linda, thank you very much for that detailed presentation. You've done a lot of work since we last saw you, so thank you for that. And it was a very clear presentation, so I appreciate that too. I'm sure there's a few clarifying questions. Just a note to the board that we should focus on critical clarification questions only and save our discussion for later on. So if you don't require anything clarified, you don't have to speak. We can just assume that you're comfortable with the questions. So with that, let's launch with clarifying questions. Tom, can you lead off, please?
Yeah, two questions. One, is there data on park visitors in terms of where they're coming from and how they're getting there over time up to the present? And the second question is, could somebody comment on the maintenance situation? How did the maintenance contract with East Bay Regional Parks come to an end, and what future consideration, I mean, how would this work in the future to a satisfactory situation?
Hi, Tom. This is Jan Novak from the port. Yes, we do have numbers on usership. We're currently working on a management plan that is not yet finalized. We still need it to be reviewed by a third party. So those numbers, however, we do have. The contract with East Bay Regional Park District was ended in 2008 during the economic downturn, when the cost of working with East Bay Regional Park District was deemed too high by the port. And Ramona Dixon, who is also on, who is a current park manager, has been involved with the park from the beginning, so she can most likely comment more on this.
Sure. Yeah, I can just kind of clarify a little of that for board member Tom. Hi, I'm Ramona. I've been working with managing Middle Harbor Shoreline Park since 2007, at which time East Bay Regional Park District was still our park management contractor. That actually ended at the end of 2009. And as my colleague Jan has said, it basically came down to the cost of continuing on, which was more absorbent than was initially agreed upon, and no one could come to a conclusion or resolution on that for both parties and all concerned. So we changed to a different type of management. So that's to clarify that part. Is there anything else that you have to ask about the history of the park, as far as you said data on park visitors? What is specifically was your question?
Could you characterize, like, who's visiting and when do they, how are they getting there? And
Sure.
Is it a lot or?
Sure. So if we go back to the history of the park for when it opened in 2003 to maybe 2007 or 2005, it probably was just picnics, that kind of thing, maybe 3,000 visitors a year. Then it escalated to 6,000 once there were like events. Which didn't just entail music or anything like that, but also, just company picnics, that kind of thing. Then by the time in 2011, when we started really large events, it went from like 6,000 to 10,000 to 30,000 per year. And so that's the history of how it escalated and what brought that change. And as those people attended those events, then they also would come back with their families and do picnics and so forth. It's like a marketing, it's like a kind of a marketing thing. Yeah, right.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it. All
Tom,
right.
I think you had two parts to that maintenance question. You really we're also asking
Well,
about
also
how will
one-
it be, how will it will go work going
Sure.
forward.
How
Yeah.
will the maintenance problem be solved?
Yeah.
We're looking at three options for the future. One would be for the port to continue operating the park. Another would be to have an outside or two other options to have outside entities manage the park. One would specifically be East Bay Regional Park District again, and another would be a different entity. So those are being looked at in the management plan, where we are looking at all options moving forward currently.
Yeah, and then Tom, if I could add for the DRB, for the board, as Linda emphasized, we are really focused on durable materials, low irrigation, landscaping, plants that are adapted to this environment. So we're making a major pivot with the idea of long-term sustainable maintenance in mind.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Bob, over to you.
Thank you. Are there any technical studies supporting the design and the expected performance of the sand placement as shown and the evaluation of the two alternatives?
Yes, so our design charrette, which for the Middle Harbor Enhancement Area project, we had two coastal engineers on our design charrette team. We're specifically looking at various areas within the Middle Harbor Enhancement Area. So there's the educational marsh, which in our slide projection, we usually show the marsh area is flooded, the mudflat area.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't mean to be rude. Certainly not my intent, but I think we want to keep the questions and answers kind of short, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
So it was a pretty
Yes.
straightforward question. Are there any technical studies supporting the configuration of the sand placement and its expected performance? And I, what I'm getting at is, can we look at those? Or I'm not sure why they weren't provided to us.
We had a very limited budget for the design charrette. So they ran just very preliminary models. So no, there is, well, let me back up. Yes, there are some technical studies that I can provide to you. So there's a draft technical study.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I know the chair likes to keep this moving, and I get in trouble if I have people talk too long in this stage. So that's
make
why
sure
I'm
to
trying
get
to
it your
move it
way.
along. And then my second question, and this may be the BCDC staff, and I'll just, no one has to answer this, but will we be able to look at those? I actually think it's pretty important, but then we'll put that one off. The second question I have is, did the coastal engineers or anyone really design the kayak launch over in the Little Park? Are there any supporting studies that would look at the clearances and slopes of the ramp and that type of thing?
No. So the kayak launch was based off of a meeting with the Bay Area Sea Kayakers. Richard Sinkoff and I met up with the Basque president and vice president, and we looked through the Middle Harbor Enhancement Area and Portview Park to identify the best launch location. And so that area over there was an area that the Army Corps was using during the restoration design for the Middle Harbor Enhancement Area. So there is a little bit more infrastructure over there that we can basically latch onto, but nothing beyond that.
No, thank you. If you're working with the user groups, that's probably great to get their input. It looked a little tight to me, but I think you have room to adjust it. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Gary?
Yeah, back to that earlier question. Is that structure that's on site, is that a historic structure, or it is kind of a reference to the former historic structure?
Gary, that's a reference. So at that, the footprint was to replicate the largest warehouse at the Fleet Industrial Supply Center. That was the Naval Center. So we built that as essentially a replica, and that's why it's called the ghost structure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? Gary? Oh, sorry, Stefan?
Thanks, Jacinta. I have a few clarifying questions. The first one is, I'm wondering if you can describe the extent of any new new tree planting, just generally versus sort of the existing tree cover in terms of sort of the areas where new trees are proposed, and how that actually might be related to windbreaks or sort of other sort of environmental protection on the site.
That's exactly what we're trying to do, is create some clusters to make sort of not like do one big windrow, but to create some areas like plant trees near where a picnic area would be. You see some in the amphitheater, like where we are creating outdoor seating classroom spaces. When you go out there right now, where you do have some of the tree clusters, it's where you linger. It feels like you want that space within there. So we're supplementing with kind of that informal, probably, you know, throughout the site, they're scattered to create these kind of little spaces.
Thanks for that. And then the second clarifying question I have is, could you describe the extent of the proposed regrading? I think I understand the portion that's related to the beach and the vegetated berms behind the beach. Are there any other areas that where you are proposing regrading or sort of a reshaping of the ground plane?
Not really, you know, other than maybe as you amend plants or something like that, but only in those two areas.
Okay, thanks for that. And then 2 other quick questions. Is there any signage and wayfinding elements that are included in the baseline project?
I'm sorry, so signage in the park in terms of orientation?
Yeah, basically everything that let's see if I can bring this up, everything that's described in, my apologies, I don't have this up right now.
That's okay. Most of the paneling out there is educational in context, in content. So there are signs about the maritime history, there are signs about the restoration project, there's signs about the bird communities that occur out there. There at the Chappelle Hayes Tower, there is language about Chappelle Hayes himself, and then the original West Oakland community that was instrumental in the park design. But not, I don't think there's much in terms of wayfinding. Ramona, you might know more.
With respect to wayfinding, those are mostly outside of the park, but I do remember that within our potential or proposed enhancements, we would have a few large signages that tell you where things are, how to get to things within the park, kind of like you would find in a mall where you have like, here, this is on there, but that is about it as far as within the park. But if you're talking outside of the park, there are definite upgrades there.
Thank you for that. I think maybe I can sort of rephrase the question, that referring mostly to what's on page 36, which is the education and signage exhibit.
Right.
And the proposed signage is labeled in red. And I think the way I understood it is that the new signage and directories were actually all part of the level 2 portion of the project. And that's what I'm sort of trying to clarify. Are any of these components included in either the baseline or level 1, or are these all level 2 elements?
I'll have to defer to Linda Gates or Jan on that one, but I understand what you're saying, which is why I was getting to signage within the park, but
most likely level 1. I don't know how specifically we've called that out, but baseline would be repairing existing signage or making sure restoring existing signage.
I see.
Stefan,
okay, that's helpful. Yeah.
Just one of the things we're aware of is that in 20 years, there have been a lot of changes in our understanding of, I would call it the cultural programming. So
interpretation.
Yeah, exactly. So many of the signs that are there are outdated. They were, I think, actually quite innovative at the time because we understood the concept of an evolving cultural landscape. So one of the programs to be developed is the cultural program. similar to the educational program. So it's more likely we would refurbish as part of the baseline existing, but then any additional ones would be done in a sort of curated appropriately within a cultural program.
Thanks for that. And I may have some additional comments on that later. And then my last question is just with regards to any sort of new or proposed lighting. Are there sort of general areas where that's being considered or anything that you could describe at this time?
The park shuts down at sundown, so we don't have much lighting beyond what's already at the parks. So we haven't really put much emphasis on the lighting.
Okay, and so just to maybe clarify, and thank you for everyone's patience with me, sort of helping me understand. So any of this sort of the new structure of managed events at the park would all be occurring during daytime hours.
Or they would bring their own lighting. So the events, I believe, Ramona, you went till about 10 o'clock. I think the larger events was when the events would shut down. So they would need to bring their own lighting.
Right, and there's an ordinance in Alameda County for any outside musical sound that has closed down at 10 p.m. regardless. So that in effect, but also for the park, we don't have adequate lighting for evening events. So yes, anyone coming there to do anything up till 10 p.m. would have to bring their own utilities, lighting, and all of that, and create their own stage, everything.
Great. Thank you for responding to those questions.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I have one, and I realize the management plan is still being worked on, but in the management plan, do you have any sort of timeline, indicative timeline, or will there be a proposed timeline for when phase one or or the next level enhancements would occur? If you could perhaps address that, Jan, and the other is what will trigger, or in your mind, what will trigger the future enhancements? If you could also comment inside the management plan, is there a capital budget that is allocated for maintenance that is considerably more than current maintenance? If you could just address those questions.
Jan,
Yes. Yes, Ramona, go for it.
Sure. And thank you for that question. So within the management plan, which is still it pretty much is a great draft at this point, but it is somewhat married to the master plan. And upon your review at this DRB and other BCDC approvals, we can move forward with more of the financial structures. And as far as the triggers, that's part of it. We have to go through all of these levels of approval. But one thing's for sure is that we would definitely include within the management plan the different financial information, sustainability, and the different things that we may do sooner than later. They will definitely be spelled out. So you can look forward to that. And we hope that this is, this meeting itself will help us move forward with those efforts. Thank you. Any other questions regarding the management plan?
I can talk a little bit about the phasing, or if there are no more management plan questions.
Yeah, look, that would be helpful. And maybe, Jan, from our standpoint, some level of certainty on when and what standard of improvement will happen is important, because the material that's been presented so far is very interesting and could really enhance the park. But
right.
But if there isn't certainty that it will ever happen, that's a concern.
Absolutely. So our goal is, the one reason for the baseline being what it is, those are the items that we are actively working on engineering design on. with the intention of going to BCDC for requesting a material permit amendment in early 2023 or in 2022. Yeah, so early 2023. And because we have limited bandwidth at the port, or I should say, because we do not have unlimited bandwidth, we're focusing on the items that we believe are most important to getting the park back in shape. So those are the items that we wish to prioritize right now, get in that initial permit, and then move those items forward. After that, then we can focus on the other items once budget and bandwidth becomes more available.
Okay. Thank you, Jan. That's great. Okay. Any other questions? Any other board questions? Okay, look, with that, we will move on to public comment. And I know we have received one in writing, Andrea, but let me just go through the introduction. I'm assuming there may be others who want to comment. So now that we've completed the presentations and the board questions, let's open the meeting to public comment. Any member of the public who would like to make a public comment, please raise your virtual hand to speak. Remember, if you're joining our meeting via phone, you must press *9 on your keypad to raise your hand to make a comment. To unmute or mute, press *6, and you will be called in the order that your hand was raised. And you will have 3 minutes to speak, and Ashley will note when you have 1 minute remaining. Please state your name and affiliation for the record at the beginning of your comment. As mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, if you would like to add your contact information to be on the interested parties list to be notified of future meetings concerning this project, please call or email Andrea Gaffney. So Ashley will let you know who has their hands raised.
We have no public comment at this point.
Okay.
Just for the record, the email that was received was from Brian Beveridge and will be included with the meeting minutes, the meeting summary. For the project proponents, I can share it with you. He was asking about the meeting materials, and so I directed him to the website link for the staff report and the exhibits. He was asking, is this a wetlands restoration, a seabird sanctuary, or an urban playground? Can't be all things to all people. Concerns about maintenance. And, he said that there's wildflowers, but then there was also mowing. So that took away all the wildflowers. So which one is it? And then just had additional concerns, but I'll share the exact comment with everyone afterwards.
Thank you, Andrea. Okay, so I think we have no public comment other than the email that I think the board has all received and read that. So given that position, we will now move on to the board discussion.
Actually, just someone, yeah.
We just had somebody raise their hand.
Oh, okay, right.
Okay, Beth Tepper, I'm gonna unmute you. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, everyone. This is Beth Tepper. I am one of the naturalists who works at Middle Harbor. Just want to thank you all for your time and attention to this matter and to the planning and careful consideration of changes, just to voice a support for educational facilities and interpretive facilities, including the recreational facilities, and all with an eye towards the, restoring as possible the native habitat. Definitely in terms of the planting plan, encourage using what would grow or be there naturally should have been a salt marsh, native salt marsh. And just want to thank the port staff for all your work and BCDC board for really looking out for the Bay and all its inhabitants. One thing I want to add is, not sure if it's in this or will be in the management plan, but as someone who's concerned about access, really want to see how the West Oakland and other Oakland communities can be more a part of this. Even just looking at who's here, it's really feels absent. And even the access via, a public shuttle, a zero emission shuttle from, let's say, West Oakland BART would increase the public use of this and enjoyment of this incredibly beautiful and educational park. So I think transportation, active and low emission and public and free, is really critical to consider as part of this plan, not to mention an oversight community, not just technical like yours, but a community and cultural oversight, connections to the native Ohlone community and the African-American and other communities in West Oakland especially. So just want to say thank you and add a few bits. Beach wheelchairs that we work with some schools, students, and organizations who come. And while it's wonderful that the park paths are wheelchair accessible, the beach is not, without any of the specialized chairs. And a lot of them even come out for our cleanups and help take care and steward. So we want to make sure that they can really access the full breadth of this park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Those comments are excellent, and we'll definitely take those on board. Thank you very much for that. Ashley, any other hands raised?
No other hands.
Okay. Good. Well, look, we will move on now to the board discussion part of the agenda. And board members, you all know very well the 7 objectives for public access that we are always focused on, making public access public access usable, providing visual access, enhancing the visual quality of the bay, providing connections to and continuity along the shoreline, taking advantage of the bay setting, and ensuring that the public access is compatible with wildlife and at this site with the adjacent port uses. So we need to wrap those key objectives around all of our comments and discussion this evening. And we also have a total of 5 questions that the staff have asked us to consider specifically. You have the questions written out in full, but the first one is really looking at the port's proposed division between baseline and subsequent level 1 and 2 improvements, and commenting on whether we feel like those levels that have been defined are going to accomplish the port's goals and stated objectives of both groups, BCDC and the port. So look, I think we'll go question by question. There are 4 others, but if we could start with board discussion on the question of how the division between these various aspects of park improvements have been defined. Who wants to kick off? Gary, thank you. And then Bob.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think there's so many great ideas here, and I went and spent some time at the park, an afternoon through sunset, and you can see that a lot of thought went into the initial park, and there's a good framework there. There's some nice stands of trees, there's structures, things to build on, and the new ideas, I don't see really take any issue with any of that. And want to really talk about this phasing issue because, when I look at all these improvements, it seems like there's millions of dollars and years of waiting, maybe to get that total vision to take place. And so I think planting is really the key to this project from my perspective, and want to address what Richard was saying about this representing a major pivot in terms of how we're dealing with the landscaping. And Tom, please chime in, and if you have any comments, back me up or straighten me out. But it's kind of shocking how barren the landscape is. I think we know there's a lot of sand, and it's great news that the sand is not overly salty or the pH is not completely out of control. And so I think that the phasing, the immediate impact on the park, the cost and the maintenance is all could be tied up in taking a restoration ecology approach to this huge piece of land instead of conventional landscaping. And I just want to say, as a landscape architect, there's a huge dividing line between designing things on paper, giving them to a general contractor, having them install an irrigation system, recondition the soil, drop in a bunch of cans, and then figure out how to maintain it. So I want to direct, or just at least mention, a couple of precedents that I think that one of which, we did, and so I know that it works, is so there's Crissy Field, Land's End, and the Marine Mammal Center. All of these are in the GGNRA, and they all are coastal scrub restoration, where instead of having plants delivered in plastic cans, it's plugs with very deep roots that are installed, and you plant in the fall. If it rains normal, there's no irrigation required. And all of those three that I mentioned, none of them are irrigated, and you have a Marin Headlands kind of coastal chaparral, and it's almost instantaneous in one season. If you plant in the fall, by spring, plants will be blooming and the ground is largely covered. And I think that it solves, I think there's a lot out there to appreciate if the ground plane were more attractive. I don't think you need so much open space. You don't need so much lawn. I think you need pathways meandering through beautiful coastal landscape and a few little pockets where people can find respite. And I think you see that at Land's End. You see that in Crissy Field. The majority of the landscape is woody shrubs and tough annual wildflowers and things like that. So I think there's a path there that's very easy. There's a nursery in the GGNRA that collects seed and grows native plants and can deliver plugs. And then I just think that the conventional maintenance should be divided. For there's cleanup and maintenance. I think there's picking up trash and sweeping up and all those things. But then the horticultural side is much less intensive, but requires a lot more strategy. So I would encourage a landscape restoration ecologist to be setting up the procedure. It's a kind of a design, install, maintain contract with one company so that they have total control. And I think if that were done, it would be a fraction of the cost of building all these structures. And literally in one season, you could completely transform this park. Luckily I have a peer here who can back up or moderate or contest, what I've said, but I just want to get that out there. That's my basic comment. I think for all of the questions, Jacinta, I think that's pretty much what I have to.
Yeah, Gary, I really appreciate that. And look, we might just, Bob, if you don't mind, we'll just jump straight to Tom as the other landscape architect, just to really, just try and get as comprehensive a response on this aspect of the park and other things you want to discuss, Tom.
Yeah, Gary, you couldn't have said it better. I mean, this is pretty much everything I was going to talk about too. It has to go together with what is going to be baseline improvements. And until the park can get to sustainably maintained, it's going to continue to have problems. So there's got to be everything you just described. It's much more kind of coastal scrub, maybe even more gravelly situations than you might normally see in a situation like this. But it's just, there's so much sun and wind and everything drying out, and the commitment of water. The lawn should be really quite limited to the areas absolutely necessary. And then there's got to be an understanding that there have to be funds enough to support the maintenance of this restoration ecology, or all that stuff could die and blow away. And so this absolutely crucial thing, and that should be in the baseline improvements more than, even to me, my mind, more than site furnishing refurbishments unless they're unsafe, or the 7th Street bike path. So commitment to maintenance is absolutely critical. And then the second thing I would say is that it seems like the port was based on the visitor numbers, there were 3,000 a year. That's like 8 people per day, not very many. But once the events were allowed to take place, or maybe not allowed to take place, the visitorship went way up. And a lot of those people were for events, but it's a place where it works to have, and because of the access issues and its remote location, having events is a good use, I think. And just to accommodate as many different types of events as possible would be key. I don't know how much more would need to be done. It's just that it kind of needs to be worked out with BCDC to allow these things to happen, so that there's more operating funds to pay for this maintenance that it really needs. I just feel like that's really great. And this is, and Ramona said exactly right. People are exposed to the place, then they know about it, and then they can come, because the big issue here is it's so hard to get to. In many ways, nobody's just going to walk over there on a warm evening. You have to be able to get there conveniently on a bike, which is going to be critical in the future, or else you're driving from some distance. So you need to know it's there and what you can do there. So all the other kind of level 1, level 2 improvements are great ideas. But I think that until there's this sort of this base plate of sustainable landscape there, it's gonna wait for those other things to happen.
Thanks, Tom. Bob, let's go to you.
Thank you. Let me lower my hand. I really like the way the changes look relative to the first meeting in terms of going towards a more natural morphology and plants approach, which I think is probably lower maintenance once you get them established, and will probably knock down the wind transport of sand by trapping the sand. And then, the native plants will grow up as the sand deposits. So you get this biogeomorphic thing going on that's just inherently more stable and can actually handle more sea level rise, water coming over it, or even waves, than, more kind of traditional park landscaping. And I think the dunes that I saw, I think it's on your, I'm sorry, let me go to your drawing. It was page 32 of the presentation document exhibit. You call these kind of experimental mounds, but when I look at the cross section, it looks to me like what I would call foredunes. And I think it would be good to kind of think about it in terms of the natural morphology, and get some help with that, a perspective which is a little obscure, but there are people that do it. Maybe you have them on your advisory panel, and but these little hummocky, low, flat sloped, low vegetation structures, mounds, look like native foredunes. And so that is the natural morphology that I think would be more resilient based on my design work in other places on the coast in California. I will say I have some concerns about the beach orientation, which you might have gotten a hint from my question. Because when I saw that, I really wanted to, you know, dive in and figure out what was happening. But just for the board to know that the way that's mounded out, I have a concern that it's not related to the waves and natural morphology of the beach or the original layout, which had a certain angle to it, I think probably based on the wind wave exposure. And the mound of sands, the placement seems to make me a little uncomfortable in terms of the geotechnical stability of placing that sand out onto the slope. I'm sure there's some reasons for all that, and I expect I'm missing something, but I haven't been able to review any basis for that, and it looks odd to me, frankly. The alternative 2 that was not selected looks a little bit better, except the point what I was expecting to see was sand that was placed at low tide or below tide to provide a intertidal to subtidal area that would have a sandy substrate that would be, you know, more stable and people could walk on it, wade in there. And, you know, another way to do that, besides filling and squishing down the mud below and, you know, then, you know, kind of adapting to that subsidence, is to grade the beach back and allow water to inundate farther in over the beach that exists. And actually, the more intertidal beach you have, the wetter it will be and the less windblown sand you'll have moving. So those are just some comments I have as a designer working in these natural systems and on beaches. This beach design looks funny to me, and I would really feel more comfortable if I could see the basis for it and understand how it's supposed to evolve. And I do really think the beach is super important, and you can't really have a beach without people being able to wade into the water, I don't think. So I think that needs to be fixed, in my view, as an engineer, designer of these types of systems. On there was a reference to experimental mounds. I think that must mean because you're kind of working with nature and not quite sure how that's going to work. Otherwise, I'm not sure they're experimental. The boardwalks are really kind of expensive. They can be kind of expensive depending on your sensitivity to the preservative treatment or, you know, other factors, especially, you know, if you're going through any wetland areas or whatever. And then people like to take them and light them on fire for bonfires and stuff. So what I've seen a lot of state parks on the coast and also the national parks that were mentioned before, they tend to use kind of footpaths between the dunes and just put in these metal rods with cable, like little woven wire with vinyl over it or something, and just, you know, just so people won't walk all through the dunes. And then just have the platforms that you can, you know, sit on or whatever, rather than having structures everywhere, which I don't know how practical that is. So those are my comments on I think the kind of beach user. I'm not a landscape architect, but like I said, I've been involved in a lot of these types of designs, and this is my perspective. One other thing, if you have some bare flat sand areas that people are walking on and you're worried about windblown sand treatment, windblown sand, which can be a real problem, especially if I think the sand is the fine merit sands, so it's pretty small, very active. In fact, it probably was windblown sand deposits in a geologic sense. If you can get some coarser stuff like some pebbles and just put it over the sand, you'd be amazed at how well that works. And of course, people are going to knock it around, but we've done that actually out at Ocean Beach, which has, you know, very strong winds, and we've been able to prevent the underlying fine sands from mobilizing in the wind, and you can still walk on it if it's rounded. It's kind of nice. So overall, though, I really like the direction it's going, and really appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Bob, I just want to jump in and just agree with you on the beach shape. And as you know, when you look at it, when you are walking along that stretch, the beach is at low tide is an extensive mudflat, and so it would seem a little unusual to have that beach new sand go halfway along basically the existing beach and mudflats. And I guess I would just say, you know, creating that beach, I know it's been sort of an important part of the program, but you really have to look at that very closely to make sure that there isn't a lot of money spent and then have a disappointing result. So, you know, the engineering of it and the certainty of results, I think, will be really critical for that element. So it's everything. It costs money, and, you know, whatever's spent, you really want that money to produce good results. So thanks for bringing up that point about the beach.
Oh, could I ask a follow-up question? You know, I kind of alluded to this before, and maybe this is for discussion. I know we're discussing it amongst ourselves. It just seems like for some reason we're not reviewing this beach component, which again just seems so big. And I guess I understand if it's not really, you know, hasn't benefited from a detailed analysis, and yet it's also being presented as, well, we looked at some alternatives and this is what we're doing. And I'm struggling with that a little bit, because I think it is such an important component, and it's you know, it's not a small thing to place that much sand. And I really kind of feel like that needs more attention, and I would like the opportunity to weigh in on it, because I think I might have something to add. And I think it's really important to the project. And but yet it's been considered kind of like this other thing that the Corps of Engineers or somebody is doing. And I frankly just don't understand that.
Well, Bob, I think it's probably in the context, and please jump in on this as well, but Andrea, but you know, it is a master plan and it's a management plan. And I think with some of the other elements like the kayak launch or some of the other things that are out there as, you know, future ideas,
that makes a lot of sense. I'm sorry. Yeah, I am a bit of an engineer.
It's actually a little bit different. So the beach that's below high tide, it belongs to the Middle Harbor Enhancement Area project. It is an obligation of that project, which is it's an Army Corps project that's the port is partnered with, and has been going through a separate process to determine the best alternative. And so, yeah, they have had, I guess it's civil engineers, or I don't know what kind of engineers, but there was a study where the different alternatives were looked at and considered.
Yeah.
And they,
We
you know,
hosted
they
the
looked at
design
symmetry, they looked at
charrette.
wave action, and they did all that. And we have just been continuously asking them to please include it in the park proposals so that you understand how the beach works with the park.
Thank you.
But really, at the end of the day, it belongs over in the enhancement
Well,
area.
I'll just put it on public record. As somebody that, you know, I think I know something about this, I can't, you know, support a project if I'm not seeing that component of it. That's, you know, as a member of the design review board, that's where I am on it. So unless I see it, you know, it's nice, it may look really great, but unless I see that in some basis to legitimately feel like it's going to work, I can't support it.
So Andrew,
design review board.
No,
member.
thanks, Bob. Thanks, Bob. Andrea,
Yeah.
just to clarify that, so the cost of doing that beach is in a separate project, separate timeline, is that correct?
Yeah, I think, Jan, do you want to talk briefly about that?
Sure, yeah. So, you know, backing up a little bit, the Army Corps is the owns the Middle Harbor Enhancement Area project. The Port of Oakland is the local sponsor. There's a cost share. The Army Corps is designing the project creating the project, and then we basically pay them back. So they're the ones who are designing the project and creating it, doing all the restoration work. The beach was an ancillary component. The main purpose of the Middle Harbor Enhancement Area is subtidal habitat for primarily for foraging habitat for birds. There's a federally endangered least tern colony in Alameda. So a lot of the subtidal habitat was designed so those birds could forage. At the time that the project was designed, the brown pelican was federally threatened. So also foraging habitat for brown pelican. The beach was part of a design with the public. Bob, you were saying that the beach looks very unnatural. You are completely correct. This is not an area where beach would naturally occur. We don't have normal tides here. There's a break wall. So water comes in one location and goes around. So it's a fairly muted environment. There's not enough wave action for a beach to naturally occur in this location. So what we would be doing here, the coastal engineers, so we had 2 coastal engineers who worked in the design charrette. We had Scott Fennicle and we had Dilip Trivedi, and then we also had a geotechnical engineer look at the conditions. Mind you, they were on a shoestring budget because we were, the port was basically self-funding this design charrette to try to come up with solutions for this beach area. And this was one of the solutions. These were some of the alternatives that we came up with. And we would import coarse sand, Angel Island sand, put that on top of the finer sand to keep it in place. So they ran a preliminary model to see how it would withstand some of these currents. There's definitely more work that needs to be done in terms of the beach design. We're still waiting for BCDC approval. There's been a lot of back and forth, and we basically have run out of budget and we're waiting to get approval. So we being the port and the Army Corps are stuck in this situation where we can't really move it forward until we get more funding for it, and we can't move it forward until we get approval. So we're kind of in a catch-22.
Thank you for that explanation. I really appreciate it. And I know Dilip and Scott are good coastal engineers, and I don't mean to have any concerns about their performance, but I still feel pretty strongly that it looks funny, and I can't really support the project unless I understand it. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, look, I just want to I think we've covered the critical issues very well. There are 4 more questions that we wanted to consider, and I think question 2 may be already addressed, but does anyone want to add anything to this question, which was referring to the transition between the lawn and the beach to make the 2 spaces better connected and more inviting to the shoreline? Any comments on that question?
Stefan has his hand up.
Stefan, sorry, I didn't see your hand. Yep.
Thanks. Jacinta, yeah, I think when I sort of raise this question to my fellow board members, in keeping with sort of Tom and Gary's guidance to sort of think about native planting restoration and sort of what might be happening on the upland dune sort of structure right sort of behind the beach. The 2 event spaces that are sort of characterized for picnicking and sort of events, the small and medium one. The medium one is the large oval. The medium one is sort of the rectangular space behind the beach. I know that there's sort of the existing amphitheater structure that's sort of just behind it, but I'm curious if those 2 zones, the 2 lawn zones sort of being disconnected from one another, and sort of thinking about sort of the native planting that you would sort of want to be happening around those spaces. Does it actually make more sense to sort of integrate the medium-sized event space with the sort of educational facility that's sort of further inland and sort of think about that sort of downslope area where there is that active lawn shown in section as sort of more of a kind of a natural restoration area. And I think that I don't know if I'm sort of being clear or not, but if you look at the section on page 32, it's just that what I'm sort of thinking about is that multi-use lawn there that is the 60 feet behind the vegetated berms that actually is sort of pretty detached from the medium event zone that would sort of be sort of directly behind that and to sort of the north and east. And so a question would be, is that actually better to sort of shift that up towards the outdoor classroom space and sort of look for a more sort of continuous native planting habitat, basically in the oriented towards the coast. So I just want to sort of raise that, because that also would sort of put those in line and actually sort of focus the high pedestrian activity sort of more in a central spine, as opposed to sort of what you have, which is kind of two detached spaces that are sort of, I think, primarily oriented to the perpendicular access from the parking lots. Does anybody else want to sort of pick that up and sort of riff on that? Because I think that particularly those of you who sort of been out there recently might have some insight on that.
Stefan, I share your point of view on this. I think you could limit the irrigated turf to that large oval, the primary major gathering space, and I think this could be converted to something that is more consistent, you know, and integrated with the educational area. I'm not sure that that category of irrigated turf in that location is really necessary. Tom, what do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree. I like the comment that Bob made about speaking about the granularity of sand versus kind of heavier material that can go on top. And I think that except for events, there just shouldn't be any other lawn, and people should be okay to sit on, you know, clean gravelly surfaces and spread out their blanket and do all the things they would normally do in that spot. And that I think that there's this kind of impulse we have to fill every planting bed full, and I just don't think that works here. I don't think there's enough water. I think that would be too much to maintain, and that just getting it a little dumber and simpler and less water consumptive, and the planting that is there is going to survive and create some resistance and offer shelter and for people as well as for habitat is the way to go. So a much more drier, more granular kind of surface in a lot of these areas would work just fine, I think.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, let's go to the next question, which was question 3. What advice and considerations do we have on the appropriate balance of planting and landscape changes needed to meet the goals of park visitors, enhance native habitat value, reduce maintenance costs? I think we've already spoken to that. If anyone wants to add something, please do, but let's just, I suggest we just take our discussion to date as adequate for that. Is that okay with people? Okay. Then question 4, what advice and considerations do we have on holding special events, larger concerts, for example, at the park? Would anyone like to speak to that point? Kristen.
Well, first I just wanted to say thank you for being so responsive to our comments. I feel like I really see so much reflected in the update here that we brought up, and it's really, I feel like this plan is really clear, and you've done a great job of clarifying and designing for the different way user groups can use this space. You know, I think the idea of what we've talked about with the grass habitat being replaced with grasslands, this to me feels like a place that there's a lot of opportunity to move through and kind of experience the waterfront. And I think you know, for a place that has some microclimate issues, it's quite windy. You know, that's a really nice focus. I think this sort of more natural habitat that you can move through and have lots of different experiences and views. And I think and you focus the staying places, you know, a little bit further inland with some shelter from trees and given them a little bit more infrastructure for them to feel comfortable and, you know, sheltered and all of that. So I think that's great. I also really appreciate that you guys brought this educational focus. I think that's something that came out of our conversation last time about when we had the teachers who actually teach out on the site and they shared their experiences there. And I think you guys have done a really good job of thinking through, you know, you talked about how the kids will come here, how they'll move through this space, how they'll kind of be in small groups and then come back together. And you've designed an experience for that. I think that's great. And I think, you know, like Ramona said about bringing people here is a good form of advertising, you know, bringing kids here, you know, this is a place they'll remember that they had this kind of outdoor education experience. That's a really special memory for Bay Area kids to be able to have that. I know we've talked a lot about improving the beach and the kind of challenges there. And I just want to say I really appreciate the efforts to improve the beach. We've talked about Oakland's only beach. So, you know, wherever that ends up going, that kind of technical discussion, it seems like a great investment to make if it can be made well. And I think the way you've thought about beach access with these kind of little landing decks at the end, you know, these little places to kind of be at the edge of the beach, but on hard, like on terra firma still, but enjoying the beach is a really important accessibility consideration for beaches. Whenever you go to Crissy Field, it's always those little landing decks that are the most used. You know, older folks sitting down, people with mobility challenges who want to experience the beach but don't want to walk on sand. I had some thoughts around just the access to those, and I liked what Bob said about could they be just paths that kind of move through the dunes rather than this circuit that you have to get on from the north or south end. And I was just wondering if it would be easier to access that. And I wonder if taking some of Stefan's questions around, like, would you flip the turf and make that natural planting and then have paths through? Maybe there's just some thinking there, and like, how would you move from that amphitheater out to the beach in ways other than the kind of formalized paths? But the question here was about events. I'm trying to get all my things during my turn. And I think, you know, for the events, I think that's the one place where there may be just a little less clarity. I really appreciate you telling us how big the events are. I think that's really helpful for scale. I think having a plan, and maybe you already have this, but having a plan for which areas would be used during the events and which areas would be open for public access would be helpful. Like, is it just the oval, or is it also the amphitheater, which is sort of not an amphitheater anymore? Seems like maybe just the oval. And then, you know, maybe you make sure that there's always public access to the south of that diagonal promenade out to the water, so that everybody knows, event or not, you can come here and use this space. There's nothing more frustrating than making the journey to a park and then finding you actually can't use it today because there's an event going on. So I think just some clarity around that. And then, you know, just some other things that seem very helpful that, you know, are a little bit more granular, like, you know, hookups. Are there places where you can add porta potties if the event's bigger than what the bathroom, you know, can handle? Things like that, I think, are important to think through, just the kind of meeting people's basic needs during events and where will that happen. And then I think maybe bigger picture, and this is sort of my last point, which is I think how to get to this site is still a question in terms of by bike specifically, or not by car. And it sounds like you guys are going to come back with, I don't know if you'll come back to us or somebody else with the improvements on 7th on how to get here. I do think having some sort of, you know, physical separation for bikes, like jersey barriers, or, you know, we're seeing a lot of these around now, the kind of like a concrete barrier between the path of between the bike path and the cars. That just creates a really kind of more safety for the cyclists, especially just these trucks are so big and stacked up and, you know, kind of intimidating. And so finding ways to really make it feel safe to get here by bike, I think will be important for the daily people and then also for events. One last point actually that I'll make is I appreciate the addition of the dog park because I think dog people are very robust people and they always turn up rain or shine because they got to walk the dog. So I think that was a great addition. And just, again, I appreciate the way you're thinking about different user groups and really providing them kind of clarity and good facilities and, you know, kind of like a strong invitation to come and use this place.
Thanks, Kristen. Excellent points. And I'm glad that you covered a range of areas as well. I do want to pick up, I think that's an excellent point you make about having an events plan. And I would add into that, I think there needs to be a clear definition of where parking will be limited to, you know, with restored planting areas, you know, whatever has, you know, great work has been done for those, protection of those planting areas is really critical. So, you know, making sure that event parking is well managed, I think would be great to have on that plan, as well as the other areas you mentioned. And look, I do want to circle back to the lighting question. I appreciate what you're saying about, you know, anyone who's staging a major event can bring everything with them, and that's a viable approach. But I do think that events really should be a central part of the revenue plan for the ongoing management of the park. And so I think there may be some aspects of, you know, basic lighting that just, or some other basic things that provide a level of security. If an event does go to 10 p.m. at night, it will be dark. And, you know, how do they really make their way from where the major lighting might be in the lawn to everywhere else? And so I think, you know, there could be some smart investment made that could pay off in general for the park in relation to a certain amount of lighting, even though the park closes at sundown. Okay, look, I just want to circle back to one other thing. It's not core to question 4, but Beth spoke about this in the public comment period, and I really think the importance of community cultural connections, building that program is critical to the park's success. And there's already clearly, you know, we've heard from, you know, people who are stakeholders in the park who really believe in the park, who are passionate about the park's future and are collaborating with the port already. And it just seems to me that using that type of advisory group, or even formalizing it into something like a Friends of the Park, or a group that could be a tremendous resource to take, you know, to really help guide and create the type of linkages, potential program that's sort of helping to build the cultural aspects of the park, but really helping to you know, helping to really have the park live outside the port's jurisdiction. And, you know, Friends of the Park or some other type of group appropriate to this park, I think could really help have that type of stakeholder engagement that could help it succeed long term. So I just add that into question 4. And then question 5, any advice? I think we might have already touched on question 5, but is there anything that Bob or others would like to add in relation to resiliency, adaptation to sea level rise, including provisions for the management plan? Kristen and Bob. Kristen first. Yep.
This isn't actually about sea level rise, but about the comment you just made about some kind of advisory committee. I think, you know, one of the things about all of our parks, all of our public spaces, is a lot of them, there's a sociological phenomenon called white spaces or black spaces, and spaces where people of different ethnicities feel comfortable. And most spaces, unless they are specifically designed to be comfortable, or specifically used by a certain group default to white spaces. And I think if you can design a place where people of color, BIPOC people feel comfortable in the space first, that they feel really incredibly welcomed and that this is a place for them, that, you know, everyone else will also feel invited and comfortable. So if we can design for the folks who, especially, you know, being right next to West Oakland, can we design for the folks who really want to use this space right next door to themselves first, and kind of prioritize that? And I think creating a kind of an advisory group or something like that would be helpful. And I know you're down the road a little bit on programming, but, you know, maybe, and maybe you have incorporated voices already quite extensively in your outreach, but just to kind of center BIPOC voices in the programming, I think would really help it be an inclusive space.
Great. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I just wanted to follow up on what Kristen said there. I have seen these little parklets a couple of places near where I live, and where the Public Works and Parks folks have allowed the couple of blocks of the neighborhood or whatever to do something, or have somebody have some, allow them to have some ownership of the plants and stuff. And it can be pretty nice. Anyway, all volunteer, of course. I think with sea level rise, it would be interesting to see how the site, how the natural areas and plants would respond to sea level rise, you know. And what I'm referring to is a little bit more than what I think is typically done, which is just projecting a higher water level on the static landscape, but rather, you know, take a high level shot at least at predicting how the beach might move or not move, or, you know, how the site would evolve, if at all. I did hear the comment from Jan, I think, I don't know if I said that right, that there's not that much activity, there's not much wave action and stuff. So, you know, there may not be that much of a response to sea level rise other than simply inundation of a static landscape. But it would be nice to see that if you think that's worth doing. That's kind of what I'd like to see anyway. But I think you have a lot of space, and if you're going to place that sand out there, you could also regrade it later as an adaptive action with sea level rise. So I think having some options, adaptive future options, would, you know, could be addressed or described, thought about a little bit, and probably not really change much of what you're doing, what you're planning to do now. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, any other comments before I summarize?
Stefan and Tom.
Tom.
Yeah, I'll give you my summary. And I feel like the baseline improvements is the critical thing. That may be the only thing that ever happens here, God knows. And it's got to work. And so I think it's a stool with 3 legs. And the first leg is to get an approach to the restoration ecology that can be maintained in terms of water and in terms of maintenance. And the second leg is there's got to be adequate commitment to maintenance that isn't all die. And especially in the first 3 years, the establishment is critical. There might have to be temporary irrigation. There might have to be more work than even taking care of a lawn until you get to the point where it can perpetuate itself, and then you'll be cruising. And then the third leg is the most diversity of events and income from events, and a good investment, just like Jacinta you mentioned, is to provide some kind of basic facility like lighting, some hookups, some things that people will help you market that space for the most types of events, make it more attractive for them to come. And then that income should be tied directly to the maintenance. Shouldn't go anywhere else. That's my view. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Gary. Gary, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I was a tour of the GGNRA Native Plant Nursery, their, propagation center. I mean, they have projects going over, all their property, and they have a very well worked out system. So I think just getting a tour of their facility and understanding how they do it would be incredibly informative. And I think that there's some kind of partnership or subcontracting that could be done so that you could actually have them grow the plants. And the timing is super important to make sure that everything is in the ground in like September 10th, so that, right as the summer heat is waning, the plants are in the ground, and, you water them in, and then they should be able to get through the fall and the winter with very, very little irrigation and maintenance, unless there's a massive drought, in which case, as Tom says, you might have to provide some supplemental overhead irrigation for the first season. But those plants will germinate during the winter and the spring, and they grow incredibly fast. And what's really special about this fog belt area is that when most plants are getting hammered by the summer heat, in the Bay Area, it's cool and foggy and there's moisture in the air. So there's something very, very special about Bay Area landscapes that can be done with restoration very effectively that could not be done, say, even in Berkeley or over the hill. So the native plants, the term native plants, it means many things to many people. I think we're talking about very, very specific microclimates that just exist in a very, very thin belt, along the coast here. So that's where, an ecologist could point you in the direction to a scheme that will really get you there. So even though a lot of the plants that were shown are native plants, I mean, I think that, they, in addition to being native plants, they have to survive with, as you said, no organic matter, very little moisture holding capacity. So they have to be plants that are adapted to getting their moisture from the fog. So anyway,
Gary, you made an excellent point there. I think some research discussion with that group that you mentioned could also yield more accurate pricing for cost estimates, and and don't hold back on the maintenance budget for that first year, even though it should be low maintenance. Build in that potential for irrigation or other things that could be needed.
Yeah, we all struggle with this maintenance issue. It's really about knowing what to do. If you have people who know what to do, the maintenance is it's really not that formidable. I think it's less than a normal landscape. The hard part is getting a company that isn't used to doing this type of landscaping to be effective. It's a completely different culture, doing conventional landscape maintenance than doing restoration. So it's a whole different culture. It's the difference between organic farming and industrial agriculture. It's just a whole different world. Very subtle, targeted, specific. Yeah.
Well, thanks, Gary. Thanks very much. And look, I'm going to just move to a summary. And Tom, I'm going to start with your three-legged stool overarching a few more detailed comments. But thank you for making that those points, which are absolutely how it should be framed. But just very quick response summary in relation to questions 1 and 3, which I think we basically grouped together. Just reiterating that the planting component of the baseline is the critical key to the project. And so, put the top priority on that, and, make sure that there's a restoration ecology approach taken. Look at good precedents, learn from them, talk to the people who were involved in those projects, and make sure that, the adequate costs are built in. Think about reviewing the amount of irrigated lawn, minimize it, and think about dividing maintenance into conventional maintenance, focused on the more physical, as physical facilities, and then have different people who have the appropriate skills maintaining the park. And importantly, in that baseline, when the baseline elements are actually documented, maintenance should be there as well. At the moment, it's not actually listed, and maintenance should be listed in that baseline as a critical part of that. Moving to question 2, I think, and I'm going to roll the beach into that, making sure that there's more detail provided on the beach so that there can be adequate review of it by the DRB. Considering reduction or elimination of the smaller rectangular piece of irrigated turf and converting that to a more ecological planting approach, perhaps with pathways going through it, boardwalks the way they're already designed nearer to the beach. Thinking about also the stabilization of beach sands with a coarser material that can still be walked on could be a way to address the wind concerns. Moving to question 4, special events. Major events really supported. We should try and have as many different sorts of events and sponsored by people that can really advance the fact that the park is there and bring as many people in as possible, and think about the inclusion of some basic additional infrastructure to make those events appealing to people who are potentially going to be customers of the port. Thinking about how you get to the site, making sure that there's clarity on that, maybe shuttles or making the obviously access by bike very important, and the addition of the dog park. It's not the major event per se, but it is something that is really addressing a broader program of the park and will bring people to the park. Thinking about some type of advisory group that carries forward, or a Friends of the Park group, but people who can really partner with the port and think creatively about additional sources of funding, inclusion of BIPOC people, making sure that there's, which I think has already happened to a large degree because you've done some great outreach and have had lots and lots of meetings, but keeping that in a go forward way so that the local constituency really does feel comfortable in the park and it speaks to them as a place where they can come and enjoy it. On question 5, sea level rise, some thoughts, perhaps some further work done just to take a high level look at how the site will evolve, some predictive approaches to how the plants might respond to sea level and how the natural areas may adapt over time would be useful. I've left out quite a lot of what people have said, but I think in some of the summary comments from Tom and Gary was sort of captured everything. Is there something critical that we should add into the summary? Okay with that? Okay. So having said that, then I think, sorry, Bob?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think you said it, but you were so diplomatic. I wasn't quite sure if I caught it. I really would like the DRB to have a chance to look at the beach, the basis for the beach. I'm not sure if we were explicit about that, and that's just my ask. I don't know if other people feel the same way, but I mean that in a spirit of support, but I do think it's important.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Bob. Thanks for making sure that point is made strongly. Okay, so look, with that, that concludes our comments and recommendations for this project review. And would the project team proponents like to respond?
I'll take first, on behalf of the port and all of our partners, I absolutely need to express our deep appreciation to the DRB. Every time we meet with you, there's tremendous value added. I think the focus that you made this time on restoration ecology, I think, is a tremendous addition to our thinking as a team. And certainly the references to GGNRA, to Chrissy Fields, to Land's End, I would say, I think that that opens up an opportunity for us to just get it right for Middle Harbor Shoreline Park. We're keenly interested in getting it right here, something that is sustainable for the long time. I think the three-legged stool idea is very much resonates with our concept of putting the park on a trajectory of long-term sustainability. That it's the same idea of stability. We really want to stabilize this resource for the community. So a lot of food for thought in terms of now integrating our maintenance ideas with the restoration ecology. I think that's a key milestone for us. And then I think the other thing that is new and very additive is how we're thinking about the events, which was, this concept that the events can really catalyze the visitorship. We need to provide at least a baseline infrastructure there, and then that can it's kind of like a feedback loop that you've really suggested here. So all of that is very, very, I would say, constructive for us. I think we will go out and tour the nursery. I was thinking we might even create a nursery here at Middle Harbor Shoreline Park, which could be part of our educational programming. So, even that idea might have, make a contribution to our whole concept of the educational hub. So terrific insights. And I really just want to express our deep appreciation for the thoughtfulness of your comments. So I don't know if Linda or Jan or Aaron or Ramona, the tremendous team that we have. And finally, the BCDC staff have been with us all the way. I am so impressed by the detailed way that they look at our work and really help us get to this place. So thank you to Skylar and to Ashley, to everyone on the team, to Andrea, really partners in this effort. So thank you so much.
Okay, Richard and team, Jan, did you want to add something, or are you okay?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, thank you to Ramona for keeping the park alive all these years. Aaron, who made it through his port probation today. So I wanted to just
yay.
Congratulate Aaron for making it through probation, and Linda and Richard, who were part of the original design, the team that came up with the original design, for coming back for a second shot at this. And we do really appreciate all the feedback. As you saw from the last round, we really incorporated as much as we as much feedback as we could, and we'll continue to do so. And we'll see you this summer with the 7th Street bike path.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for those comments.
And I just had one thing, and this is Ramona. Thank all of you for your time, and of course my team, and Richard, thank you so much for your leadership, as well as Aaron. The conversation or discussion you all just had, based on our presentation, continue to bring in the beach aspect. I totally get that. I've been managing the park. Every time I went to the park, I see the beach. However, the fact that it exists right now as two separate projects, I'm hoping that this does not hold us up from moving forward, and to some extent with the management and master plan. And if so, we need it really spelled out, because it isn't totally in the same jurisdiction, so that we can try to, get back to DRB, or definitely do what we need to do to answer and resolve those issues you may have, or find another time or period meeting to address those specific issues. And that's just my thoughts. I'm not the expert in this, and I totally love working with all of you. I just want to make sure, because we have been pressing forward for so long, and the beach was not totally a part of it, but it is it is a definite feature of the park. But to the extent that it comes under another permanent jurisdiction, I just don't want it to, totally get us caught up. So please, as you talk and discuss, just, keep my comments in mind as far as how we move this forward without holding everything up for the beach, which is a separate project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to wrap up this item. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll return to the meeting in 5 minutes. So that would make it 7:53. Do you want to ask whether we want to review this again?
Yes.
Yes, I thought you might want to. I assume we're seeing part of this, the bike paths, in the middle of the year, but I think it's critical that we do see it again, because we really need to see how the commitment to maintenance, the commitment to some of the other big areas that we've talked about is being followed through in the management plan. I think it's critical for us to actually see some of the management plan. So does the board agree with that? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Andrea. Is that helpful? Yep. Okay. So we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes for agenda item 5. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Great. Okay, so we're undertaking the second review of the residential development at 505 East Bayshore Road, Redwood City, San Mateo. So we'll start our review now. As always, the order is going to be the staff introduction, the project proponent presentation, board clarifying questions, public comment, board discussion and summary, and a brief project proponent response. So I'm going to hand over to the project permit analyst, Tony Daysock, who's going to introduce the project. So over to you, Tony.
Great. If I can first share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
We can. Yep.
Great.
Tony, we see your presenter view. There we go. Okay. Yep.
Great. Good evening, Chairman McCann and Design Review Board. Before I begin, if I could remind everyone to make sure to turn on their video and comments or asking questions. And when not, in order to save bandwidth, if you could turn off your video, that would be fine. Well, again, good evening, everyone. Today, we are reviewing for the second time the 56-unit townhouse residential development located at 505 East Bayshore Road in Redwood City in San Mateo County. And 505 East Bayshore Road is located in close proximity to significant centers of employment, as you can see in this visual to the north as well as to the south. The project is also located close to a number of ecological and wildlife preserves. The 2.5 acre development, for example, is roughly nestled between Highway 101 and Bear Island Ecological Reserve in Redwood City. And it's important to note that the Bear Island Ecological Reserve is a San Francisco Bay Plan designated wildlife refuge priority use area. And before we further introduce the project, I would like to begin by acknowledging that the majority of the land at this site was once water and historic tidal flats and located near Lamchin, the unceded ancestral homeland of the Ramaytush Ohlone. We offer gratitude to the indigenous peoples who were the original stewards of the natural resources of the Bay Area. Now, focusing on the neighborhood vicinity map that you see before you, we're zooming in a little closer to understand some of the other land uses outside of the site borders, for example, a tidal ditch, as well as the Bay Trail and the Smith Slough. To the south is Highway 101, and you can see what I mean by how close this project is to Highway 101, certainly via Whipple Avenue. Also to the south are 2 commercial car dealerships, and to the east is a former Sayufi movie site, for which is planned a major mixed-use project.
Tony,
yes.
Can you turn your video off? I think your bandwidth is stressed.
Oh, okay. Turn my video off.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You can still share your screen, but your audio is lagging.
Okay, let's.
Ashley can do it for you.
Oh, my audio is lagging. I see. I could still share my screen. Can you see my screen? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So Ashley, can you share my screen?
Sorry, Tony. Ashley can turn your
Yes.
video off. You still need to share your screen unless you would like me to do it, and I can advance the slides for you.
Okay, actually, yes. If you could advance the slides for me, then I could.
Okay, I'm happy to do that.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
Hold with us for a second, please.
All right.
Or this one, I think. Is this the right slide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is the right slide. So as I was saying, to the south is Highway 101, and which is accessed via Whipple Avenue Road. And the green dot, which I was about to point out, is exactly where it's an entry point to the Levy Bay Trail, as well as the Bear Island Trail, which is just a little bit further beyond. Next slide, please. Okay, in August 2019, the board reviewed the proposed mixed-use project at the property immediately east of 505 East Bay Shore, and that project is 557 East Bay Shore. Both projects are using the same landscape architecture and engineering consultants, which has hopefully allowed for coordinated drawings. Next slide, please. Now, in this vicinity map, what we're looking at is the north side of the project, largely because this is the location of this is the location of the proposed public access area. And you can see how close it is to other amenities such as the Bay Trail, the Bear Island Trailhead, and the Bear Island Trail, which is further to the north. Next slide, please. Now, what you see here is a visual of the existing building. The Allen Steel and Supply is a sole occupant of the entire 2.5 acre project site. And this is a visual on the east side of the project site. So if you were driving in an easterly direction, it's where Whipple Avenue becomes East Bayshore Road. And it's also here where one would not only enter the Allen Steel Supply, but it is also here where one would enter the future project site. Next slide, please. So here in this visual, we're standing on the Bay Trail looking north in the direction of the project site. And clearly you can see the tidal ditch between the Bay Trail and the project site itself. The photo clearly shows that the ditch is tidal and there's a variety of marsh vegetation there. Next slide, please. And next slide, yes, great. And here's another point of view of the site. And this is from the vantage point of the southeast side of the project. This is a side of the project that's next to the former Sayufi movie theater. So here we're looking in a northwest direction. Again, you can see the tidal ditch there. Next slide, please. Great. This is a visual of the project site from the northwest side of the project. On the morning that I took these photos, I observed many people enjoying the Bay Trail and as well as the Bear Island Trail, which is on the other side of the Smith Slough. Also in the previous presentation where we included a video in that morning, you can hear a lot of beautiful birds chirping. So it's a great natural place. Okay, great, next slide. Okay, so here we're looking at another aspect of the regional setting. This aspect has to do with the community vulnerability context of the project site. According to BCDC's vulnerability mapping tool, this area exhibits a moderate social vulnerability characteristic. And that moderate social vulnerability characteristic is based upon a variety of census data points. However, there are some areas to the south of the project that exhibit high social vulnerability characteristics. And you can see that by the darker purple. So we're in kind of a medium purple. So the darker purple area is an area that's close to the project site exhibiting high social vulnerability. Next slide, please. Now here we're looking at the potential for sea level rise using current site elevations. So this basically looks at what 24 inches of sea level rise would look like if the site remained unchanged. In doing this analysis, we used the risk aversion planning scenarios from the 2018 OPC sea level rise guidance. And for the medium to high risk aversion scenario, 24 inches of sea level rise is equivalent to a 5-year flood water level. So what we're basically saying is, you don't have to wait until the year 2050 to experience 24 inches of sea level rise. You can have a comparable level of water rising in the event that there was a 5-year flood level occurring. Or perhaps there might be a combination of 6 inches of sea level rise plus a 2-year flood level rise occurring. So this is kind of looking at different combinations of extreme water events and recognizing that you don't have to wait all the way until 2050 to see the 24 inches of sea level rise occurring. It could happen by a combination of a variety of different water events. So, okay, this is similar. The next Okay, I think this is similar to the previous one, but instead we're looking at what 66 inches of sea level rise would look like at the site. Again, if the site remains unchanged. And so project proponents in their discussion will discuss their approaches to dealing with sea level rise, having to do with elevating the site, as well as other strategies, including a retaining wall that could also increase by 4 feet. Okay, next slide, please. Now, here's an image of the site in the context of the San Francisco Estuary Institute's Shoreline Adaptation Atlas. Selected measures for this area included beaches, tidal marshes, and levee improvements. So, next slide, please. And this is the project plans as revised since the last meeting that was held. This is actually the project plans from the August 9th meeting, 2021. So this is so you can see, compare how the project has changed between now and the last time. And finally, we've included a range of questions in addition to the 7 categories of concerns that the board typically addresses. So types of questions in looking at the updated project include, for example, bullet point number 1, does the updated project result in public spaces that feel public or feel more public relative to the last time that you saw the project? Other bullet points could include, what advice might the board provide with regard to community engagement? And the third bullet point, as you can see, is the cantilever at the trail landing and overlooks appropriate for making invitations to the public along the shoreline? And the final bullet point, as you can see that we've added here, was, does the updated project proposal provide a clear connection to the adjacent levee, Bay Trail, and the Bear Island trails? So those are 4 questions in addition to your standard 7 concerns that hopefully the board will address. So that's it for my staff presentation for this evening. And if there are questions, I'll make myself available. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Tony. And just want to ask the board for any clarifying questions. Kristen, go ahead.
Thanks, Tony. I was just wondering, I was a little unclear on what the changes were from the previous to the proposed on those 2 slides that you showed.
Kristen, we may get that presented by the proponent, I think. So, okay. Yeah, let's keep going, I think. And I agree with you, but I think we'll get that clarified shortly.
Yes. I think the nature of this presentation for the most part was to reintroduce the project, I believe largely because I think 3 members were not present at the first meeting. So this was just an opportunity to do that. But certainly there are some substantive changes that the project proponent will definitely get into. And if I had to just quickly bullet point them, certainly had to do with
the majority, the primary function of their presentation is to walk through the differences, and they have side-by-side comparisons. And
yeah, so I think we're going to be well covered on that, that point.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Tony? Okay, hearing none. Tony, would you like to introduce the project proponent, please?
Yes, let me now introduce the project proponent. They are from an outfit called Regis Homes Bay Area. They're associated with Saris Regis, and the presenter will be Chris DeHaan.
Actually, Tony, I'm sorry, if I could jump in. Jeff Smith with Saris Regis. And first of all, I want to say thank you to Chair McCann, the fellow board members, staff, and all the members of the public for allowing us to present tonight. So Tony is right. Chris DeHaan, who presented the first hearing, if you recall, my associate actually was traveling today. He had a long planned vacation and he was in transit. So I said, I'll jump in. And I was at the first hearing. I answered a few of the questions. I've been with Saris Regis for 24 years, built a couple recent projects in downtown Redwood City, and have worked on a number of other projects in the region. And again, I'm just so excited to be here. I do have my team here, Dahlin Architects, the Gazzardo Partnership Landscape Architects, and BKF Civil Engineers. So at the appropriate time, if there's questions, I do have a supporting staff that can help me out. So if I can share my screen. Is that right, Tony and Andrea? Is that all right?
Yeah, that's correct. You should be able to.
Great. Okay, can everyone see that?
We see it. It's in, yep, there you go.
Yes.
Okay, great. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity tonight. I'm going to first off kind of start off with kind of an update to where we are in the process, because it's been a long process. That's not that atypical of development these days, but we really started off about 3.5 years ago with our first meeting with BCDC staff. And for the first couple of years, we spent a lot of time with them, really refining our proposal, understanding certain issues that are kind of part of this site and the property we're talking about. And what that ended up culminating is the first hearing that we had last August. So about 7 months ago, we met with your design board, had a great meeting. There were some very thoughtful comments that we are very excited to present our ideas tonight. And what we're headed toward, is a hopeful commission hearing by the end of the year. And the reason being, as you can see with the long runway here, we've got the companion entitlement, which is really with the city of Redwood City, right? We had the city council gatekeeper hearing that really was an approval by the city council to consider our site for a general plan amendment to housing. Housing is the primary focus of Redwood City and really the region. And they were very supportive of the idea of housing on this site. But really the last year has been spent working on our CEQA work. So there's a draft environmental report that should be out in this spring, with the final one happening this summer. And then of course we've got the city hearings before we ever get to a BCDC hearing. Tony did a great job giving a lay of the land and really giving you a snapshot of kind of where we sit in the region in Redwood City. I would just add 2 or 3 points. The first is I think you all heard about the ditch and the water to our north. It was created when PG&E built this second more resilient trail, and it really is an asset. But and some of you may already know this, they originally had a pipe that connected this ditch, which really was draining all these properties to the north into this ditch. The pipe had a flap gate on it that would allow water to get out into the slough, but not back in. But at some point, PG&E failed to maintain that, and that's why we've got water there. I would just say that's kind of water under the bridge at this point. We know we've got water to our north. In fact, we went to the Army Corps and got a jurisdictional determination that basically is this dashed line that we're also lining up with the BCDC. We're calling it a jurisdictional line, but we know that's not the 100-foot shoreline. But what I wanted to point out is that during this process with BCDC staff, we moved the property and really all the development to the south to respect that line and what is the water and vegetation. And the last thing, I think Tony kind of hinted toward it, but with the flood and with the sea level maps, we are building up this entire property by 4 to 5 feet, really to address sea level rise. And what that is done on the private development side, private dollars, doing what really is going to be required of almost all the properties that address the bay. And certainly we also have plans that the wall that is the edge of our property and that walkway could also be retrofitted for even the 100-year scenario, the 2100. So we're super excited about kind of how we solve that issue, and we know it's a very important issue. Actually, I'm gonna speak to the 7 main properties rather than look at the bullets. The 7 main items that we heard from the design review board and that we want to address tonight, and I'll try to be timely with this, is number 1, we're very excited that we were able to increase the pathway from 10 feet to 14 feet. And by the way, I'll go through all these in details like Andrea mentioned. Number 2, in the same manner, we were able to increase the setback that was from an 18-foot setback to 22 feet. Number 3, we were able to enlarge the sidewalk and really connection to the Bay Trail and bike path, which are right to the north, right on Bay Shore Road. And if you can see my cursor here, this originally was 6 feet. We widened it to 10. We also increased the cantilever up front at the very entrance to our site, and I'll go through that in detail. A really nice, thoughtful approach to the connections between our site. We've included and increased kind of the accent paving at all these north-south connections, and that was a very thoughtful and well-placed comment. And then also we switched out a lot of the trees from the original palms to other species. And then finally, there's a quick study on something that was requested of a site plan study. So I'll go to the next one. That's the list of 7 items we'd like to connect on tonight. And what I'm really here and very just super excited to show you is the vast improvement. We really took your comments to heart, and what we can say is we think your comments really improved our plan. And first off, this is again, instead of the old Allen Steel industrial buildings, this is the gateway. This is the entryway from Bay Shore Road to our site. And on the left is the prior plan, and on the right is the vastly improved plan with the larger trail system, and I'll go through that. You can see the gentleman with the dog, that he's in the same location in both renderings. So you can see where we spanned over. This area was outside of the jurisdictional line, and we were able to capture that and obviously make a much better entry point. The trail width, obviously very important. And in fact, the direct comment from the design review was even 4 feet would make a huge difference here. And so we heard that, and we took the 10-foot walk and we increased that to the 14 feet that you see today. And that includes the shoulders on either side, which is a very typical standard of BCDC. And we're really, really pleased to show that not only did we increase that width of the walk, but we also increased the setback and pushed the buildings as far back as we could. What this also shows is on the right is our new site plan, where we've actually created a little bit of a separation between private and public spaces. Instead of a larger patio with steps going down and kind of a connection between private and public, we now have a small gate. And it really says that these are for the townhomes, and the 22 feet with all the landscaping and obviously this great walk that we'll review with you is all for the public. At the entrance to the site, and I'm going to do something here really quickly, and just stick with me. I want to talk about Bay Shore Road, and I want to just show you a picture because this is one Tony didn't have in his slide, but this is the picture of coming around Whipple on this very dangerous curve to Bay Shore Road, and our site here is on the right. And straight ahead is the connection to the 2 existing trail systems. It is the most uninviting connection point to anything you could possibly imagine, and it's very unsafe. This is actually what I call the crosswalk to nowhere, because it actually leads to a fence and a drop off. And if I was a walker or biker, I would not want to be caught there. And you'll see some vast improvements, and I'll go back to our new site plan here and then start that up again. So on the left was the prior connection. We had always planned on a connection to this frontage and to the new trail or the existing trail systems. By the way, this is all within the city right away, but off-site, off our properties. But we're ready to improve that, and we know this is a huge part of really connectivity of the entire area. But as was commented, there were a couple great comments here. One was, 6 feet just doesn't quite feel as generous as we want to be. So we bumped that up to 10 feet. The other comment was that, this has a lot of traffic coming around that corner, and it does not feel too safe if I'm a pedestrian or biker. So what we did is we raised 4 planters along that walk. With the additional space in that walk, it allowed us to still have access. And that really kind of creates, what feels like a much better buffer for people walking and biking. At the entry point and just right around the corner, we made some vast improvements as well. And this was a direct comment on really what is kind of the main entry point and really the sense of arrival for the plan and for our offering. And so right at our entry point, the old plan in the red triangle, you'll see that the area that we were able to expand our arrival sequence with a larger trail, with a much more generous kind of entry of the sidewalk, the crosswalk that I mentioned. And by the way, that crosswalk is tied to a brand new bike path system on Whipple Avenue that's basically feeding people to Bear Island, which is awesome for the people of Redwood City. The other part we focused on at the entry was, in the old plan, we had a wall, and there was a very thoughtful comment that said, let's open that up to the public. Let's make it feel more open, more inviting. So we've added now a pedestrian. You see the set of stairs. We've obviously got the handicap ramp that kind of goes around the other side. And then of course we addressed the comments. They were spot on. The palms just don't really fit here. And obviously for reasons that we understand BCDC is concerned, we've got different planting palette, and we've got our landscape architect here that we can walk you through that later. And finally, I wanted to address kind of the site plan study that we heard. And look, we've studied the site for 3.5 years. We've looked at every configuration of townhomes, and really the comment was, what if the road, instead of being on the north side, could come in on the south side of the property, with the idea that maybe the buildings could be further away. The problem, and I tried to explain this because we had already studied it to some level, is really with the width of our site. And the city of Redwood City Fire Department has a requirement that if any of these roads here that basically cut through the site are longer than 150 feet, you have 2 options. You can either provide a very large fire truck turnaround, so picture a huge cul-de-sac at the end of these roads, or you provide an EVA out the north side. And that's what we've shown here. It's a concept where we basically, it'd be dual purpose. It'd be an EVA and potentially the trail, although it's got some big problems for us. And the highest one is a net loss of 10 townhomes on the site. So going down from 56 to 46 units, almost 20% of the project. And by the way, our project has already come down from 66 to 60 and now 56. This would just not make the project feasible from a financing standpoint, with all the improvements we're doing on Bayshore Road, the new levee that we're building and walkway, and all the housing and affordable housing that we're providing. And by the way, this plan isn't even really that attractive, right? I mean, I'm sure that if this plan was presented, there would need to be quite a bit of landscaping here, because right now this would be all clear 24 feet for a fire truck. So really what this would do is probably wipe out another 6 units. So I think we were being optimistic here. My guess is you would lose 16 units in this plan. And although, from one standpoint, I'm sure it might have merit, what I want the board to potentially consider, and staff has considered in the past, because we've studied things like this, is just the balance of the need for public access and these great resilient trails and new connection points versus the need for housing, which is huge in our region. A couple other things, and then I'll wrap it up in time for questions. This really, again, Tony touched on, but I also pointed out, what we're talking about today is really a third trail and a resilient trail, not only to address the trail systems that could be in jeopardy of sea level rise, but also addressing our site specifically, and I know the Sayufi site as well, raises the entire site up to address sea level rise. Our site not only being the gateway to the new neighborhood, which is largely residential with 4 new projects, but it's also the first thing you see, right? It's so important, and really it is the connection point for the trail. Without this development, improvements that Saifi is talking about on their property at 557 East Bay Shore are never connected. And finally, again, just speaking to connectivity, just the vast improvements to the 2 existing bike paths and safety for pedestrians, bicyclists, and even cars would just make a world of difference in this part of Redwood City. And so I'm going to leave you with 5 renderings. You've already seen this one, and we entitled this one the Enhanced Public Safety and Connection. We're just so proud of what this looks like, and really appreciate the comments from the board. This one, shows you, Tony had some great elevations of just the rundown property, the industrial look, the ratty chain link fence, and obviously vast improvement. This does show the larger trail, the setback that we're talking about being, for the public, and then really trying to private, ties just that entry point so that there's a gate, and really taking the townhome residents out of that area that's really for the public. 3 more. Here's a view that actually was requested, the interior of our site. And these are the north-south connections. So this is in the middle of the smaller townhome pods, really connecting to the new Bay Trail, the new 3rd trail that we've got. And you can see some folks out there sitting, looking over the water. One thing, I'm going to back up one thing, because I think it is a point that needs to be presented. We understand that the difference between setbacks and basically laying back the site or building a wall. We address the width of the path, which is great. We've got these overlooks. We got 4 of them on our site, which is great. And I know Tony wanted to get your input, but what this does is really put the public as close as possible to the water. Again, respecting that jurisdictional line that we received. And I think this is the last rendering. This was another request. Could we render another one of the kind of view corridors? And this is east-west along our main private drive, really showing the townhomes to the right with the kind of paseos that connect to the Bay Trail. It does show a nice entry point for our new residents, and it shows some of the nice landscaping and also the enhanced paving that I talked about at the connections. Another great comment for the board. And finally, I'll leave with this one. This is just another view of the larger pathway with the 2 edges, the 14 feet, and obviously these great overlooks, which in our first presentation, we spent a lot more time talking about the programming that would be available here, from signage to educational things to even maybe having the cool binoculars that people can look even further out into the bay. And obviously you see the 2nd trail, which is the PG&E Trail, and then Bear Island to the right. So again, I just wanted to thank the board again for the time presenting tonight. Again, we do have our team here to answer questions, and obviously we'd love to have that interaction and then also respond to any final comments. So thank you again.
Well, thank you, Jeff. I just want to really pay a compliment to you and your team. It's been, I think, the responsiveness that you've shown to the comments we made last time is very impressive and very clear, and those extra renderings are helpful. And so, kudos to you and the team. Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for Jeff? Bob, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Yeah, thanks for that presentation, and also Tony, that was great. I don't think I was on the board, or I wasn't involved in the prior review, so I'm coming in a little cold. So I have 2 questions. One is, given the site elevation relative to sea level rise in the future, have you considered, or is the plan to allow the ground floor to be inundated occasionally, kind of like a building that's been raised up, and maybe you have something under there, but your living space is higher, or is that a potential adaptation measure in the future?
Yeah, good question, Bob. We did look at that. It really takes away a lot of there are some bedrooms on a number of units there, and that's why we actually raised our site up. I think we're 1.5 feet higher than even next door at 557. So we're adding 4 to 5 feet of fill. And I think if you look at even the PG&E trail that I call, we're going to be 4 feet above that. So we did, and we have used that strategy in downtown Redwood City. We used FEMA's technical bulletin 7-93 to do that. But really, people want, some living space at the ground level. They want an entry. There's the opportunity to put an office. There's home offices are very popular, and there are some bedrooms down there. So we thought we'd rather raise the site than just make that all garage.
Thank you for that. My second question is do you expect to have to mitigate for any encroachment into jurisdictional habitat, separate from BCDC, maybe Army Corps or Water Quality Control Board or somebody like that? It seemed like the jurisdictional line, and when I was looking at the pictures, there was an overhang over kind of shadowing wetlands, and I don't know. What's your...
No, that's a great question. So, the one team member I didn't introduce, Huffman and Broadway, has been advising us. And so we do have a jurisdictional determination from Army Corps. And the way the cantilevers work is that as long as we're not impacting basically sunlight, right? I mean, these aren't huge overhangs. And in fact, there is a cushion there that you're not really seeing, Bob, because of the scale of the site plan. So between those, we really are trying to avoid mitigation measures. We honestly pushed our site back. And if you can kind of recall that site plan, I could even go to it. We're about 15 feet off our property line. So we really did that because, as you point out, even if the Army Corps would say you can build in that area, we thought a more thoughtful approach would be to respect what's there. And it just makes life a lot easier. And then with the water board, another good question. We're actually working directly with the water board. We have a site management plan. It's basically approved verbally by the Water Quality Board and the EPA, because the cap actually works in two ways. It's actually addressing sea level rise, and then it's also addressing conditions that are on the site that the Water Quality Board wants us to make sure we cap. So
okay.
Good, thoughtful questions, but working on both sides.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, let's go to Kristen.
Yeah, thanks so much for that presentation. That was really helpful to hear you talk through all of the changes that you made. The one question I had was, is this site fill on top of bay mud? Do you guys have subsidence issues here? What's the kind of geotechnical condition underneath the site?
Yeah, so very good question. Tony alluded to it. That there was fill brought in the 40s that really, it was part of the kind of the development in the area. And then I forget exactly when Highway 101 was built, right? But you can imagine all the fill. PG&E had their operation when they built their that second trail, which is theirs, and also accesses or provides access for kind of a secondary bay trail. That would originally was a trail or an area that was for their maintenance, right, of their facility. So over the years, fill was brought in. So there's 4 to 5 feet of fill on bay mud already, and then we're also adding 4 to 5 feet. Now, in order to, we're obviously, we've got a full geotechnical report that'll address this. But one way that we're really addressing the issues of settlement and subsidence is we are proposing ground improvements underneath the town with drilled displacement columns, which are akin to a pier, but much smaller. These are only 3-story townhomes. They're very light, but you can imagine we basically drill holes down to where we need to, I forget if it's 20 to 30 feet, and then we fill it up with concrete. And so that addresses a lot of the concerns. And these are the same concerns that the city of Redwood City has had during our process.
Okay, let's move to Tom. Tom? Tom, I think you're muted.
Oh,
yeah.
There we go. This might be kind of a BKF question. I'm looking at in our handout here, site access plan, which has dimensions of the streets and so forth, black and white plan. And I'm trying to figure out the width of that internal roadway that moves east-west. Looks like there's a big black line running right through where it would either say 20 feet or 24 feet. What is the effective width?
And let me do this. I'm gonna go, can you guys see my screen again?
Yep.
Let me, why can't I get out of here now? Okay, I'm gonna have to do this. Sorry about this. Oh, there we go. Okay, let me, oh, shoot. Sorry about that. Let me try to pull up the site plan again. And I've got Jason Mansfield here. Jason,
Yeah, I mean, if you just want a quick answer, it's 24 feet.
24 feet, okay. And that's, Fireland is 20 feet, but you've got 24, because, okay. And then I see parallel parking spaces along the edge of that. 4 of them, or 5 of them, I guess. Are those ADA spaces?
yeah, I'll answer that. There's one, can you see my cursor right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's one, there's actually, I think it's 4 spaces up front, and 1 is ADA, and that's a city requirement. And then there's also parallel spaces along this road. I think in total,
Right.
I think we've got in total 8 or I think it's 9 spaces for the project. And really, this is meant for the guests of the townhomes.
Guest parking.
Okay. As part of the complete streets for Bayshore, one of the things it was in our original presentation was we are providing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces up front in the public right of way. And those would be nicely accessed for the new connection to the trails.
Okay, that answers my question. Thanks.
Oh.
Jacinta, you're muted. Sorry.
Sorry, guys. Okay, any other clarification questions? Okay, we will keep moving. Thank you for that, Jeff. Let's go to public comment. Is there any public comment?
No one's raising their hands.
Okay. Well, look, I just to save time, I won't read the preamble. If we have no public comment, I don't think we'll go through the technical process for providing public comment. Ashley, I think, have we allowed enough time, Ashley, to establish whether we've got public comment?
I believe so, and 2 of the attendees are ECDC people.
Okay, thank you. Good. Well, look, let's move on to board discussion and advice. So in this segment, we should consider what we've been shown tonight, the responsiveness of the proponent to the comments we made last time. And there were 4 questions that that Tony put up on the screen for us. I think there are some pretty clear responses that address some of these questions, but very quickly, I'll just let's just jump through these quickly. So do you feel that this updated proposal makes the public spaces feel public, and and that the shoreline can be enjoyed by folks? So what do you all think about that? Kristen, go ahead.
I do, yeah, I really appreciate all the changes that you made to the plan based on the comments that we gave you. And I think that enlarging that sidewalk to 22 feet was a really helpful move. I also think the connection to the trail was a really important move. I mean, it's also between your site and the site next door, there's going to be a lot of people using this path to access that trail. It's such an amazing amenity to have right in your backyard. So you can see this being a really well-used thing. And I think that was a great gesture. The reason I was asking about the fill was because I appreciate that you raised the site. I think that was great. And I just worry about private for sale individual units being in a 100-year floodplain, even, at 2100. It just feels like that's quite a bit of risk to be exposing each of these units to. And I was also thinking, you've increased the width of the sidewalk, but that sort of decreased the width between the sidewalk and the units. And when you decrease horizontal separation, if you can increase vertical separation, that also helps create more of a sense of privacy, because the people walking by aren't right at eye level with the folks who are in the living room next door. And I was just wondering if it's at all feasible to elevate those units, 2 steps, 3 steps above the sidewalk, just to introduce a little bit more vertical separation where we've lost the horizontal separation. And I know that, from working on the different sites, that fill is complicated and it's not as easy said as done, or whatever the saying is, but I'd just be curious to know if that was possible at all, because I do think that would really help a lot with the publicness of this path, which I think it's true that this is a third walkway, but it will be a really well-used one by the local residents. And it's potentially shadier than the Bear Island walkways, and it has the potential for these amenities along it, especially as you continue further along to the other parts of the waterfront that are going to be connected.
Yeah, Kristen, just to discuss that for a minute. So the addition of the gate that the proponent has made, do you feel like that's a positive?
It sort of makes it feel a little like a backyard instead of a front yard, which I think is fine. I mean, it potentially makes it feel more private. I think those elements are less effective than the setbacks and the kind of vertical and horizontal separation of those planes. I think it's a step in the right direction, but I do think that it would be better if you could get a little bit more vertical separation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And look, to the point about building in the floodplain and long-term impacts, we had a very thoughtful conversation about that in the first review. And Gary, you've got your hand up, but Gary spoke very thoughtfully about that. And it's clearly an issue, a bigger issue than this project, but an issue for BCDC and for us as a DRB to be really questioning as we go forward. At what point do residential developments not get built in locations like this? And you're weighing all of that against the pressure for housing and all the other issues that we're aware of. But Gary, over to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to second that concern and to keep that conversation alive, with BCDC, because I do think it's a hugely important thing. It's not just this project, but I think there have been other projects in the past where there are condominiums in higher risk areas. So, I think intuition tells you when you look at the aerial photograph that we're surrounded by water. The soil water table is high, there's bay mud and fill. We're adding weight, even though the buildings may not be that heavy. Adding the fill itself solves one problem, but I think we know from working in Mission Bay and other bayfill sites that are much further inland than this, that settlement is part of the game. And then I'll go back to Bob's comment about the sea level rise, and I wanted to just kind of ask the BCDC why. One of the questions that we've not been asked on this project that we're usually asked is the project dealing adequately with sea level rise? And I think Bob pointed out that the diagrams looked as though there was, likely flooding in the ground level units at some point in the not too distant future. So I do, Jeff, I see you shaking your head, but maybe I read the diagrams wrong, but I figure Bob's the engineer, so I just wanted to raise that question. And I do feel that the high water table, the fill and the weight of the fill, the sea level rise occurring faster than, we're very conservative in how we predict sea level rise. We can't be alarmist. We can't predict things that can't be proven. So I think we all know intuitively that it's happening faster than we can really officially say. And then now all of that becomes the homeowner's risk. It would be different if it was on apartments. Then the developer is saying, I believe in this project, I've done my due diligence and I stand behind it, I'm going to own this project. So I see, yeah, Andrea's back, so you can, I don't know where we go on this topic, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just, I appreciate the board expressing this concern, but ultimately, the way our laws and policies are currently written about projects that are in the shoreline band is that we can only deny a project if it fails to provide maximum feasible public access consistent with the project. So we're largely silent on the impacts of the flooding impacts to the vertical development. It is what it is. You are experts in your field and you can express opinions on issues that concern you. But in terms of framing your comments and advice for how to address this, you know, I think Kristen's comment tying it back to the public access was sort of an important link that I'd like to ask that you try and make if you're going to make comments about the housing.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, thank you, Andrea. We've got to make sure we do focus on the areas or you know, make our comments relevant to the areas that we are being asked to comment on. So thank you for that. And look, Gary, the proponent is lifting the site, is putting in 4 to 5 feet of fill. And I think when Bob spoke earlier, I think that sort of clarified that the site might end up being an island, you know, with flooding on roads around it, but it's sort of above it's not going to, the ground floor of, you know, first floor isn't going to flood, as I understand it. That's what he said. Okay, other comments? Stefan?
Yeah, thanks, Jacinta. And I want to thank the applicants for just working to make such thoughtful changes. And, you know, I just want to sort of point out that, you know, shifting things 1 or 2 feet sometimes can make a big difference. And so I sort of appreciate the extra work that's sort of gone through to do that. I remember, Kristen, you talked about this last time about sort of idea about raising the units to sort of create some separation between the trail and the, you know, what's happening on the ground floor of those townhouses. One thing I just wanted to sort of ask if the applicant would consider, and sort of thinking about this interface between the public walk and the sort of private space on the units, and understanding that that horizontal, that vertical separation actually might be challenging and difficult to do. Is that I don't know sort of how deep it is, but the sort of outdoor patio space that's sitting behind the gate actually looks pretty narrow, and it is sort of likely to be used, I think, in that width, which probably, I don't know, maybe is sort of 5 or 6 feet, just as sort of a threshold space between the outdoor and the interior of the unit. But I wonder if it, excuse me, would make sense to keep the, you know, maintain the wide path that you are maintaining at 14 feet, but consider letting that space function more like a dooryard, which would want to be deep enough that you actually could put a piece of furniture on it, and it sort of would sort of function more like a transitional space between the outside, the inside of the unit, and the public way beyond. And that actually, excuse me, that's sort of another way you could sort of think about maybe increasing the sort of sense of separation between public and private would actually be sort of to make that patio space function more like sort of a traditional dooryard, and something that actually you could actually furnish. You could sit out there and have occupy space in front of your unit between your unit and sort of the public right of way, which in this configuration is not likely to sort of provide that opportunity because it's just so narrow. And so I like where the front edge of the building is, but it actually might make sense to sort of play with that, the line of the wall, the low wall a little bit, to actually sort of allow some of those spaces in the units to actually spill out a little bit. And that actually might improve the transition between public and private along that edge, and also sort of make for, you know, usable space. I think there actually sort of would be a benefit to having the outdoor traffic that sort of is happening on the walkway, and also having the people on their units being willing to sit out in that space at the ground floor, which I think, just given the dimensions right now, is that's sort of not likely to happen. So that's a very small detail, but I think I would sort of encourage you to sort of think about that at the ground floor, which actually could sort of make for a better public-private interface.
Thank you, Stefan. Look, we've got a few hands up. We'll keep the discussion going here, but there are 3 more questions. I'm really not sure what the community engagement question really needs us to comment on, so we might put that aside for the moment. But Andrew, I'm going to go to you next. If there's anything you want to add on the cantilevers, the effectiveness of the cantilevers, or the clarity of the connection to the Bay Trail and Bear Island Trail, that the way that's been handled, if you could comment on that, or the other people with their hands up. So Andrew, let's go to you.
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Jacinta, for that. And I those were actually the 2 things I was going to comment on. So because I agree generally with the other comments about the idea of maybe raising, if the building elevations could be raised. I think the cantilevers are actually really successful. I like those, the way to be able to get off the trail and get a little bit closer to the water. So I think that those are, they're kind of nice punctuation points, and I like the way they align with the path that comes through from the buildings, on the other side. So I think, I mean, really all the changes that have been made, I think, are a big improvement over what was seen last time. And I also think the wider trail that goes to the Bear Island Trail is also very successful. So I think, yeah, all these comments, I think, are really successful. And I really appreciate also the change in the planting palette. The palms really did not belong here. And I think this is a much more appropriate palette to this kind of waterfront site.
Excellent. Thanks, Andrew. Bob, we'll go to you. Any further comments on questions 3 or 4?
Yeah, yes. I mean, I think everything looks great. I just, I know that we're only supposed to comment on the public space, and I'm sorry I brought up the question about the ground floor, but let me just explain a little bit. As I understand it, that 100-year water level is based on tidal water levels and some things called non-tidal residuals, like, you know, some low pressure areas that cause the water to be a little higher. That doesn't include waves. So the assumption here is that the other levees will rise with sea level too. So the diagram in the exhibit that shows the 100-year water level being, you know, higher, and then a wall added to the railing, or the railing replaced by a wall, and that providing the 100-year protection, that's 100-year still water. It doesn't include the waves that will exist occasionally if those other landforms farther offshore aren't raised, the 2 artificial, the Bay Trail and the Bear Island and other levees out there. So I guess one comment for the staff would be to, you know, maybe take a look at what we call the vertical capacity to accommodate sea level rise, recognizing that if those other features offshore aren't raised with sea level rise, that there will be some additional wave action that would hit that wall and come over. And that does affect the trail. As far as the trail goes, on the engineering criteria review board, you know, I've kind of felt like if you use something like an annual water level or something like that, that's probably okay for a trail, so that, you know, if it maybe the trail has more vertical capacity than we might anticipate, given the 100-year water level, which is higher than the 1-year water level. And despite it be even higher with waves. So I know that sounds a little confusing. I'm sorry I didn't say it that well, but I'd kind of like to see what the annual water level is in the future and with waves, unless there's some assurance that those offshore levees will be raised with sea level rise, just for the public access. But as an engineer, it is hard for me to look, and I really appreciate Kristen's comments. It is hard for me to look at something and see that the finished floor elevation is going to be at mean high water at 2100, and that's okay if everybody agrees it's okay, but that's going to flood. It's just going to flood. High tide, rainfall, it's going to flood at the 100-year event. So it doesn't really have the capacity that we're kind of assuming it does. So I just want to make that, otherwise I don't really have anything else to say. I was a little confused about the borrow ditch that was used to make the Bay Trail levee that PG&E didn't maintain. I wasn't quite sure if that channel is fully tidal or if there's a tide gate at the end. But it sounds like from what Jeff said, and he's got BKF on his team, I think they've already been looking at this. And so they've, I think you guys will figure it out. So
Thanks, Bob.
That's all I got.
Yeah, we'll keep moving. Thank you, Bob.
Yes, thank you.
Tom.
Make this quick. I wasn't on the previous review, but now that we're seeing the 14 feet wide path, it all feels really jammed in to me, to my eye. And my first reaction is, how can we generate a little more space there, And I thought Stefan's point was absolutely right. Somebody ought to be able to push their porch out a little bit and put a chair there and overlook, and wouldn't that improve the safety of that zone to get more eyes on it? So that's why I'm asking about that interior road, which is 24 feet wide. And, what if that was 22 feet wide? And what if you didn't have to use those 5 or 4 parallel parking spaces to, between that and the road, you got 10 feet. You could add to this zone here and ease it back a little bit, get a little more space for doing what Stefan's talking about, a little more breathing room between the face of the building and the path. And then could you get a zone on the other side of the path where there could be seating, 3 or 4 feet, instead of just a little punched out cantilever things, could there be a whole zone along there where people could sit and you could see it more close? I mean, those cantilever bench things are pretty far from the street, hard to notice them. It just feels, part of it is when the proportion got wider, it made it seem more jammed in actually compared to the 10 feet. So that would be my suggestion, is take a little space out of the interior road, 8 feet, 10 feet, and put it on the exterior.
Thanks, Tom. Kristen?
Yeah, actually, just following on to what Tom said, I was wondering if we could look at page 11 of the exhibits together. Because exactly, I just wanted to pick up this thread because Stefan, I think your comments were really, well appreciated and good, right? Like, how do we think about the design of that ground floor, especially if it's going to be, an office type unit, right? It's not a bedroom, it's not a living room. Is it possible to bring up the exhibits on page 11? Because I think that provides, it's a different level of privacy needed for a space like that. It could feel, I think the design of that space is, pretty important to the way, exactly what Tom's talking about. I don't know, Ashley, is it possible to bring up the exhibit?
I am going to bring it up right now.
Oh,
Just
sorry.
a second.
I'm not supposed to comment yet, right? Is that right?
No, Jeff, if you can hold off, we'll just
Okay.
Discuss this. Oh, but Jeff, oh yes, here we go. Yeah.
So
You see
yeah,
it?
yeah, thank you. And looking, looking at the plans, that what's in these little ground floor spaces, it looks like a sort of an office space or a little living space with a bathroom attached that's off the garage. So if this is just thinking about the nature of that space as not, it's not a living room, it's not a kitchen, it's not a bedroom, could, I guess, potentially be a bedroom. This to me just feels very, like you said, Tom, it just feels very tight and very close. And I wonder, to Stefan's point, is there a way to think about the design of this ground floor that just, does it have to be pushed back? Is that what needs to happen? Does it need to be elevated? Could you do a sawtooth there to create a little bit of space? Could you design that ground floor differently? I think we're all sort of reacting to this. It just feels very tight. It doesn't feel very public. And so what are the things that we think could be done here to help this feel more public? I think maybe a bench, like you said, Tom, if there were benches or something between the path and the buildings that added a sort of a, hey, this is public signifier to it.
I chime in there, Kristen.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of thinking about the related to that and thinking about the staff's question about the cantilevers. I wonder if instead of defining the ground plane of the cantilever as the sort of balcony area and the path, could you think about that as sort of more of a geometric space that is a pause point on the path? And it could just be how you treat the ground plane pavers. And maybe the design team has actually looked at that, but you could imagine the area that is deck right now, maybe there's a consistent material that actually goes all the way across the path and creates sort of a larger square at that pause point. Sort of thinking differently about sort of the linearity of the path versus, or sort of prioritizing the pause points over the linearity of the path. If you could sort of carve out a larger geometry there and put public seating on the land side of those, you could start to sort of think about those as more of a space or a pause point that actually might start to feel a little bit more generous. I know that this is tight, and I think that I'm thankful that the applicants sort of found a little bit more space in terms of from the property line to the front building space. And I know that there's probably some limits around how much we can push that, but I'm wondering about if some of those changes could help sort of increase kind of the public feeling and nature of the path along the shoreline.
Okay, thanks, Stefan, and thanks all for those comments. Okay, is there anyone else? We'll just go back to, we can just go back to the board. Does anyone else want to weigh in, or we'll go to summary? Sound okay? Great. Well, this has been very good discussion, and I think one of the things that we should say in summary is that we can have these conversations because of the caliber of thinking that the proponent has put into the project and the quality of the materials that we're looking at that make these more subtle aspects of the project that could really enhance it possible to talk about. So look, I just want to start off in summary by saying how much we appreciate the 7 changes, areas of change that the proponents made after the first review, and they are substantial, and the connections through to Bay Trail, the safety of the gateway connection, if you like. It's a very unsafe area, and the improvements that you've made there, I think, are really important. The comments made around, I'm just categorizing these, potential flooding, ground floor vulnerability, risks to owners, insurances over time, the big issue of which we can't do anything today about, but Andrea rightly points out, if it relates to access, maybe, we have a point to make, but there's a whole raft of comments about that. This question of the public nature, the interface between the path and the buildings, and and whether there's further enhancement that could be made to try and either through the slight reduction in the road to the rear, the internal main road to the rear of the residential buildings, the front path, the main walkway, or other measures such as thinking about the height of walking up a couple of steps to the stoop, or pushing out slightly, or enlarging the small court spaces to make them more functional for seating, or even emphasizing the outlooks with some making these pause points, as Stefan mentioned, and making something more of those areas, paving, planting, seating potentially. But I think overall there's been really a great deal of work done. So I just want to say how much we appreciate that, Jeff. And if you've got any brief response to in relation to what we've discussed tonight, we'd love to hear that.
Well, that would be great. And yeah, I'll try to be brief, but very important stuff. And I'm going to start with just the increased width of the path, and then also the corresponding increase of the setback. Those were 1 and 1. So the landscaped areas remain consistent. And I'll get to some ideas here in a second, but the reality is with the much larger path, by the way, we started at 8 feet on a very tight site. I think there's creative ways to win-win, and I'll get to that. The comment with the first floor patios is somewhat frustrating, because actually there was a direct comment in the first hearing that said you wanted to bring people out of that space, and that's why we added the deck spaces above to our buildings. So we have no problem going either way, but we want to work with you. And I actually think it's better being up. Again, it gives us more landscaping, gives us more room. And although you want interaction, you will have interaction. It'll just be at a different level. So I would still recommend the path we're headed. A gate or not a gate is no big deal. We can go either way. But actually, the comments about these new spaces could we carve out? Here's something I'd like the board to consider. Rather than like go down to a 12-foot walk, or what if we carve out some new areas almost akin to the cantilevers, 4 of them, the carve out board? What if we carve some spaces inboard where we neck down that 14-foot walk down to something more reasonable, down to something more like 10 feet? And we created these bench spaces. Actually, originally, we also had benches on the inside part of our plan. And that was a comment to move those to the cantilever. So again, we're open to a lot of ideas, but bottom line is we pushed the buildings as far as we can. The city fire department has a strict requirement that we cannot go anything less than that width of the road, number 1. Number 2, the planning department has a requirement for guest parking, as well as you can imagine if we had 0 guest parking on our project, and basically you're going to create a situation that's very unsafe where people are parking in fire lanes or having to park, a considerable distance to visit their relatives. So we're just at a pitching point, but I think there's a creative way. And again, you mentioned it. We got Gozardo Landscape, we got BKF here. What if we propose something and work with staff, and our goal is 4 nodes on the inside, necking down that width and creating these more more public spaces that kind of address some of your questions, and do it more with just the path, landscaping, and hardscaping. That I think we could do no problem. And then, the more difficult one is sea level rise. And look at it, we all understand, we've been developing here for 30 years. We do for sale, for rent. We have to be able to sell these homes. And the reality of the situation with sea level rise is we are addressing with 100% confidence the 30 to 50 year time frame. But when you saw that map that Tony put up for 66 inches of sea level rise, the entire region is flooded. And in fact, downtown Redwood City is underwater. So if we were to we're already raising our site 4 feet and creating so-called island. Imagine if we raised it another 4 to 5 feet and had 10 foot of separation from the surrounding areas. And by the way, one marina was built just 5 years ago around the corner, Blue Harbor a couple years ago. These are right around the corner with similar or actually even lower elevations. The reality is at 2100, this is a major regional issue, and you can't build an island that's 10 feet tall, and so I totally understand where you're coming from. We have to stand behind our name, and we have to sell these units, and we have to be able to make sure we can finance these units when new homeowners come in there, and there will be a homeowners association. But for instance, a good reference point, that PG&E trail would have to be raised 9 to 10 feet for this scenario, where we also raise our site, 7 or 8 feet. So it's just something that's way bigger than any development. It's much larger than just our 2.5 acre site.
Well, thank you, Jeff. And I appreciate that response. And again, we appreciate the team being with you tonight, and all the work that's been done with the BCDC folks as well to advance the project. Andrea, I think there is a comment. Do we need this project to return for an additional review? My point of view is we don't need to see it again. Is any other reaction from the board on that, or you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I think what Jeff was saying about the problems with sea level rise, is very compelling. And on the other hand, we are kind of running out of space. So I think that's not really our call. I think it's somebody else's call. So I don't need to see it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks very much. Okay, so we will pass the project to continue to be refined as needed between the proponent and between the BCDC staff. So let's see, Andrea, I think we are at the point of adjournment of the meeting.
Okay.
That's fine with you? Good. Okay. So this concludes our project reviews for tonight for this meeting, and I'd just like to have a motion from someone on the board to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. It's Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew. And a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Second,
Who was it?
yeah.
Gary.
Gary.
Yeah.
Gary, thank you. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
Well, thanks everyone for an excellent evening of feedback here. It's very thoughtful feedback as always. So
Yeah, thank you very much.
yeah, so look, we'll say good night. Thanks everyone, and we'll reconvene next month. Good night.
See you next time. Bye-bye.
Hey, everybody.